Okay. Just give me a second. Excuse me. So she can hear us clearly, but when she's talking, I'm able to listen, but it's not in the microphone.
Later speech.
Dr. Don, can I request you to keep talking for a couple of seconds so that we can just test the... I can hear you okay, but if you don't mind, just keep talking so that we just switch the mic just to make sure.
You hear him from here. لما أعطوني الشركة فلوس بخرب عليهم كل شيء. سمعت محمد؟ ما عليه من المؤتمر ما عليه. HDMI يوقفون باي HDMI or what? Jack? Okay. Later speak? No, let's تشيله. خلاص دقيقة. لا تشيله. ليش؟ لأنه بيضرب عندنا السماعة بتاعته. زين هي تسمع هو يسمع من النت. دقيقة. Play back USB built-in speaker headphone port. أمس أنا استخدمته. Talk with him. Speak with her.
Can you hear us? You can. Hello. No, we still cannot hear you. Just.
No. The sound with you. The sound now with you.
No, coming, so it should be coming out now. It's already open.
I put it now and this line.
You can check. It's open. The channel is open.
Huh?
The channel is open, so it should be coming out from the speaker.
Put this one for microphone. Speaker. No. Sirna. Phone. Now, can you shake?
Can you please speak? Please try.
Yes, I'm talking about universities as catalysts.
I think.
Here is volume.
Just a second. Let's increase the volume. Could you please try now?
Yes, speaking on the topic of universities as catalysts.
This is better. This is much better. Thank you.
You can hear me? Okay, good.
Yeah, correct. Thank you.
Good.
No, we'll keep it now with this one. Later, we should speak direct. There is an MC must be introduced here. Then I will switch it.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back. For this insightful session, we are thrilled to host Dr. Dawn Freshwater, the first female Vice Chancellor at the University of Auckland, with us now virtually. With 2 decades and more worth of experience in world-class universities, Dr. Dawn was ranked in the top 2% of researchers in the Stanford Elsevier list of 2024. She highlights the role of universities in creating sustainable development solutions for us today. Thank you, and join me in giving a warm welcome, Dr. Dawn.
Yes, go ahead, please. Welcome, Dr. Dawn. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to my academic colleagues at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals for allowing me to join you virtually. I hope that your morning so far has gone very well. Typically, I'm in New Zealand as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Auckland, but this morning I join you from a very rainy London as I'm away on university business at the moment. So thank you for allowing me to join you virtually this morning. Can I start by acknowledging the University President, Dr. Mohammed Al-Sagaf, and the Vice President of Research and Innovation, Dr. Ali Al-Shakeh. Now, I'm honoured to meet you on the first day of your conference and to speak on the subject of universities as catalysts for sustainable innovation. And this is really, for me, about addressing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm aware that there are many foci for your conference as you are sitting through the next few days of really excellent speakers and global leaders. But this is a subject that's close to my heart and close particularly to my research heart as my role as a higher education leader. So let me talk a little bit about universities and innovation, just to open the subject matter for us. Universities, as you're aware, we are founded on the search for knowledge and the search for innovation. It's in our DNA, and it's something that we do as part of our everyday work. It draws most of us to universities in the first place, and actually many people commit their professional lives in the pursuit of knowledge and sharing that knowledge with our students and our communities. But what we know is that knowledge is not enough. Our knowledge must be purposeful. And importantly, our search for knowledge must reflect the needs of our communities. In 2024, this need to relate to our communities and to be relevant to them is much more acute. So in addressing the challenge of universities as catalysts for sustainable innovation, the subject matter here, I want to refer to the second part of my talk's title, which is relating to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. During this short presentation with you this morning, I also want to refer to the importance of science diplomacy, something that was discussed at the United Nations General Assembly last week, and which is imperative for our future collaborations, subject matter that I'm sure you're going to cover over the next day or so. We're all very aware that science diplomacy has an important, even existential imperative to help the world right now. And we need to reconsider that in the necessity of working together towards achieving these sustainable development goals, whether they're around climate change, climate justice, which are the most obvious examples, but also there are many other areas that have similar characteristics where we need to work collaboratively together using science diplomacy, whether it's deep ocean resources, space, aerospace, and other ungoverned areas, to name a few. But in taking up this mantle for universities to act as catalysts, we also need to acknowledge why past efforts have failed to meet their goals, and how this will further inhibit the achievement of the SDGs by 2030, which we know are lagging. This year's United Nations Summit, and I was in New York last week during the General Assembly, this Summit of the Future was intended to reboot the global commitment to the sustainability agenda. Regardless of what type of agreement is signed at any summit, impact may be limited if we do not take account of the science, the research and the innovation in the community that we have around us in the universities, and how we must play an active part in ensuring progress is in fact made. That's going to require us to continue to build on our science diplomacy and expand that role while we still have the trust in science. If any of you are familiar with the Edelman barometer, which is the trust barometer, there remains still a trust in science, despite the fact that trust in governments and trust in public institutions is declining. The Pact for the Future that was agreed in New York last week places science, technology and innovation as one of its key 5 themes. Hence, it's really important that you're hosting this event right now, a week after this was agreed. It's imperative that the Pact that places science, technology and innovation at its heart becomes actionable, not in a narrow sense through technology, thinking that technology will provide all the answers to our global problems. It won't. Or that platitudes will help us to provide advice around the Sustainable Development Goals. If they're not acted upon, then we're in serious trouble. As the World Economic Forum Risk Report states for 2024, there are many mega challenges and polycrises that the globe is facing. Uniting us through our science, technology and innovation, universities form part of the solution. So let's turn to that. What is the role of universities in catalysing this pact? Well, universities, particularly public universities, have a responsibility and a duty to their communities to respond to the polycrisis we face. We must continue to innovate in our research, our teaching and our operations, not only for our own survival as institutions, but also for the future of humanity. In the General Assembly, as part of that Pact for the Future, one of the key points that it states of relevance to this particular conference is, as I quote, "We're at a time of profound global transformation. We're confronted by rising catastrophic and existential risks caused by the choices we make, fellow human beings. And our fellow human beings are enduring terrible suffering. If we do not change the course, we risk tipping into a future of persistent crisis and breakdown. And so, colleagues, we must focus our actions. The world's environmental and societal concerns must be woven into what we do as universities and as university leaders. That's a call to action to many of us in the room. Now, let me give you a small example of how we're living this pact at the University of Auckland and in the Pacific region. When I joined the University of Auckland in 2020, we developed a new vision, 2030, rather like the vision for research for 2030 that's been talked about here for a new research identity. Our new vision was tested not only in 2020 when we put the vision together through COVID, but also has been refreshed yearly ever since. And it requires to be refreshed because we're very aware that the pace of change is accelerating. But that vision remains important, and it's an important driver for us. Everybody in the university committed to its ambitions and goals. And I won't dwell on it, but I do want to focus on one or two of the actions that we committed to that are relevant to this particular audience. So one of our actions is that the University of Auckland is committed to pursuing sustainability through research, teaching and learning, operating practices, partnerships, and capacity building. We're committed to achieving and sustaining a net zero pathway and halving our emissions by 2030 to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. Our vision and goals require innovation, and we're pursuing them across all of the university's activities. And here are some examples. So at our Space Institute, our Mission Control Centre operates the Methane Sat space mission. It aims to track methane emissions and combat climate change. The satellite was launched earlier this year, and it detects methane from various sources like oil, gas, agriculture and landfill, with data expected later this year. The university's Mission Operations and Control Centre manages daily spacecraft operations, including payload management and safety. In addition to participating in this pioneering work, operating the satellite means our students gain hands-on experience in the growing local space industry. Auckland's location in the South Pacific Ocean sees us conduct world-leading ocean-related research as well. An example of that research is research focused on seaweed and kelp forest. This highlights their potential in carbon reduction efforts, stimulating interest from various sectors. Kelp's ability to sequester carbon is recognised, but challenges remain in quantifying this process. Our researchers have found that up to 40% of carbon released by kelp forests in dissolved form can be long-lived, providing valuable data for carbon sequestration initiatives. And finally, our location means that we have research focused on our South Pacific Island neighbours, looking at where and how climate-related events and environmental changes, such as cyclones, flood, drought, salination of soil and drinking water, heat, stress, and sea level rise will impact Pacific people's decision to stay in place or to move, whether this is within countries around the region or beyond, including to New Zealand. Our region in the Pacific is home to 13 million people, and that's projected to be 20 million by 2050. And parts of the region are some of the most vulnerable in the world to climate change and rising sea levels, giving cause to concern around climate justice. Research with the small island states of Tuvalu and Kiribati is exploring innovative immigration reforms to facilitate climate migration. We're also really committed to supporting our students, working to transform our curriculum to build the skills, knowledge, and understanding they need to function in a climate-challenged world. Courses have strong sustainability and ethical themes that reflect their environment and the world. And so some examples of how we at the University of Auckland are living that pact, the future pact against the Sustainable Development Goals that was developed and supported at the United Nations Assembly last week. I'm proud to say that the University of Auckland is ranked first in Oceania and 5th in the world for sustainability in the QS World Rankings today. And this achievement reflects the efforts of both staff and students. We've maintained that place through a focus on how we address and perform against the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These rankings tell the story of our strong commitment to sustainability and to making a positive social impact. Now, this brings me back to the United Nations Pact for the Future and how we as universities catalyse. So this Pact for the Future, which is the blueprint for really bringing an increasingly divided world together in tackling global challenges, fails to mention the role of higher education in generating breakthrough innovations in science, technology, and the social sciences. Let me say that again. This is really important. The Pact, the United Nations Pact for the Future, is the blueprint for bringing divided nations together to tackle those global challenges, fails to mention the role of higher education in generating breakthrough innovations. Colleagues, I hope you're paying attention. We have a serious problem. The very title of this speech refers to universities as catalysts for sustainable innovation and in addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm here today because I truly believe we are a catalyst. But what's happening, we're not even mentioned in the Pact for the Future. Now, some of that is down to us. We need to really make sure that we are out there, not only with our science diplomat hat on, but really communicating our contribution to innovating for the future solutions to those Sustainable Development Goals. Commentators have suggested that higher education is either not performing to its potential, given the necessary visibility that we need to really focus efforts on what we're doing together, or that our contribution is simply going unnoticed. I would argue it's a bit of both. We are probably not performing to our potential to make sure we're visible, but we're also really contributing a huge amount that's not going noticed. So these commentators, and this is in the University World News, go further. They say that we must enhance our contributions to sustainability and enhance government recognition of what we are doing. So I'm hoping that in the room there today in the auditorium, there are plenty of people who understand the necessity to have the triangulation between government, industry, and higher education, research and science. We have to work together if we are really going to solve some of these grand challenges. The pact does recognise the importance of science and technology and digital cooperation, committing to actions that will seize the opportunities that these very important areas of digital cooperation and technological innovation present to us to benefit people, to benefit the planet. And it particularly calls out AI and a global digital compact. So maybe we could think about this a bit further. This is where we, as higher educational institutions, have a responsibility, a duty, and a critical role in the future, promoting the responsible and ethical use of science, technology, and innovation. We need to spell out how higher education and the role it plays with AI can harness digital and emerging technologies to accelerate success against sustainable development goals and to really drive that research identity that you're focusing on today. This is critical because human oversight is essential for AI to be ethically deployed. Higher education, colleagues, with its unique position in our communities and nations and recognised commitments to global partnering, is the natural home of this oversight. Think of it. SDG 17 is all about partnerships. That's what we do best. That's why you've invited me here today. That's why you're all in the room today, to work together in partnership. We know that AI is already being used to advance the SDGs. We know it has a high potential to make a difference. It's already doing so in SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 4, quality education, SDG 13, climate change. This is evidenced in a McKinsey report released only a few months ago. But to accelerate this, we must, as universities, have our own house in order. Many higher education institutions have made great strides in integrating AI into teaching and learning and operations. We have tutor bots, we have AI supporting research, and there are AI academics. But many of us are still holding on to traditional learning and teaching methods. My message is we can't. Knowledge is now universal. Young people no longer have to attend university to acquire knowledge. Students know this. If we try to assert a right over knowledge, it will be our downfall. We must offer students and our communities and governments and industry what AI cannot provide for them. Critical thinking, the ability to interrogate AI, the ability to bring data sets together in an ethical way with appropriate governance that are authentic and trustworthy. Our world needs people who can examine the AI supply chain and the way it contributes to research, innovation, and technology to find the source of algorithms and interrogate. So what then, colleagues, are universities if we're not the reservoir and the exclusive custodians of knowledge? We must continue to uphold our values and the foundations of who we are, critical aspects of those elements of being the critic and conscience of society. They're the fabric of our future. We're the custodians of critical information that people know that they can trust, like high quality research, high quality, ethically understood data sets, algorithms and digital representations that really make an impact on people's lives. And with the power to create new disciplines and new solutions to determine how best to support the advancement of humanity. So in conclusion, universities have not only an enormous responsibility to catalyse to support sustainability through research and innovation, but we have a responsibility to hold the climate-challenged AI world together. If we don't step up, the world will evolve around us. We must innovate. We must position higher education as a digital and emerging technological ethical custodian of data and research that changes people's lives and transforms humanity for the better. Innovating is almost an exclusive part of what we need to do to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and partnering will help us to do that with a commitment and intent to realise the SDGs, and particularly SDG 17. Lastly, we must loudly tell our story of innovation and the role we intend to play in the future through science diplomacy, yes, of course, but also through the real-world stories that highlight the impact on human lives, humanity, now and into the future. Kia ora tātou, warm Pacific greetings. Thank you for the invitation to be with you this morning, and I wish you all the best in your endeavours, and I look forward to seeing you at some point in the future. Kia ora.
Thank you, Professor Freshwater, for this insightful session. With us next is Dr. Kesavadas, the Vice President for the Research and Economic Development at the University of Albany. He is currently leading a $200 million initiative for artificial intelligence based in New York. Join me in welcoming Professor Kesavadas for an enriching dialogue on leveraging AI for economic growth.
Thank you. Have a good day.
First and foremost, thank you for inviting me to this gathering. This has been a very good learning experience for me, coming from New York, my first trip to a beautiful country, your Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and also my first visit to your university. I've been very impressed with everything I've learned today, and I hope that I will get an opportunity to also talk about where I come from. So, as I was introduced, my role at the university is I head the research program as well as the economic development activity at the university. By training, I'm an engineer, a mechanical engineer. I work in the area of robotics and virtual reality and AI for many years. Okay, can you hit the next slide, please? Yeah. Okay, maybe I can do it here myself. Okay. Just as disclosure that along with my presentation, I'm also going to talk a couple of things that, that we have been working in through a startup company that I was involved in setting up. Okay, I'll give you a little bit of background on generative AI and touch on a few topics very broadly, because my topic today is looking at the economic development and also innovation. Some examples, and I'll conclude with the opportunities that this whole field is going to create. So let me start by giving a few words about our university. University of Albany is a part of the State University of New York system. We are actually the largest state university system in the country with over close to 100,000 students. At our Albany campus, we have about 23,000 students. We are a comprehensive university. We have engineering, public health, and about 9 different colleges. One thing we take a lot of pride in is the fact that almost 40% of our students come from historically underrepresented students, and so we are a very, very diverse community. Some of our claim to fame is we started the very first college on nanotechnology in the US, focused on semiconductors. We also have a very unique college that's focused on emergency preparedness, homeland security, and cybersecurity. And so we work a lot with the US government as well. We are an R1 university, which is the highest category for research. We do about $140 million of sponsored research. And our semiconductor research facility in the campus is one of the 2 largest in the world. We are the largest public-private semiconductor chip research facility in the US. We have about 300 companies. That includes companies like IBM, who come and develop their chips in our facility. We do about $500 million of research in the chip area itself. So we are really in the middle of the AI revolution as we know it. So let me first talk about a unique program that we launched 2 years back, which we called AI plus X. And the idea was that we wanted to include AI in everything we do in the campus. So this slide here shows the 4 corners of our implementation. On one hand, we have invested significantly on doing AI research. And the logic was that today, if you look at AI, the 90% of everything that happens in AI happens in the private industry. OpenAI, Microsoft, Google, they actually do it. What about all of us who work at the universities? We really do not have the kind of infrastructure that will help us do research which helps the public good, because most of the work that happens in the corporate world is really focused on the things that actually generate revenue. So the first part of our work in AI Plus was to invest on the technology. The second part was including AI in everything we do in education. Every student who comes to university from the very first year till they graduate in the final year, they start a sequence of AI courses. The first course is as a freshman, and then they do a second course in the second and third year, and a final course in the final year, which is specialized in that area. So we like to say that a student who comes to do athletics or zoology, they learn about AI. We also recruited 27 faculty members last year, and not just in engineering, but they are in fields like social justice, psychology, mathematics. So the idea is that AI is everywhere. We also have invested a lot on research and looking at AI. Some of our areas that the university works on is atmosphere and climate, cybersecurity, semiconductors, and also looking at health disparity and health equity. We recently announced a very large computing facility that was launched last month. It is a very large NVIDIA cluster, which is actually one of the largest in the US. And along with collaborating with IBM, we have a new center looking at an AI chip that IBM has invented that is going to be commercialized very shortly. So if you have to do interested in doing collaboration in the space of AI, then University of Albany is a very good place to come. And the system that, the NVIDIA system that went online is about 270 odd GPU, and this system can do very large language models. So let me now talk a little bit about trends in AI. So the word AI, even though it has become very popular in the last 2 years, have been around for at least 50 years. The idea of machine learning has been there. When I was doing my PhD research in the early 90s at Penn State, I used AI in computer vision. So this area is not new. But what has changed is the fact that the computing can do very large data and do very large machine learning models. That has completely changed in the last 5 years. So what has changed? The way that the computers are learning has fundamentally been using very traditional neural networks and things like that. But about 5-6 years back, a new system called the transformer model was developed by a few scientists in Google, and that actually led to this chat generative pre-trained transformer, which stands for ChatGPT, where the word transformer is actually the T in that. It's actually one of the really root causes and what actually has led to this tremendous large language models. Now, of course, that has led to many, many generations of ChatGPT and many other versions of that is coming out in the world as we know it. And the large language model, which is becoming custom to the fields that people are working on, is really what is driving the economy. So let me talk a few more topics on this. So machine learning itself has changed a lot, from looking at classification model to self-classifying system is really driving it. And if you look at the learning itself, you can see in every area there is a different kinds of learning system that is coming up, from reinforced learning to looking at supervised learning and also unsupervised learning, which is actually being customized to different areas as we look at that. So the learning itself takes everything. So for example, I like to say that at some part of the large language models that's been developed by ChatGPT is my journal paper and your journal paper and everything that anybody has ever published and everything. And so all of us, we have all contributed to the IP for the ChatGPT, even though most of us don't get anything back from it, right? That actually has led to this model, but on the other hand, now that these large models have been created by these companies, it is actually leading to a complete revolution in the way that AI is being used. Looking at questions and answers and generating things from ChatGPT to looking at imaging, object recognition, and there is no end to what you can do with today with generative AI. And this sort of shows you comprehensively whether you're looking at text or whether you're looking at software coding, imaging, speech. At every one of these intersection, there is a version of generative AI that is being used. If you broadly look at the industry itself, this chart here shows you that the adoption rate, as this is moving, and you take any industry, there is 50 to 60% adoption rate that is coming down the line from looking at generative AI. And for example, in the area of health, looking at symptoms, diagnosis, image recognition, to mental health, in automotive industry, looking at how designs can be done, which is going to be one of the topics that I'm going to be focusing on a little bit more today. But on the other hand, if you look at banking and insurance, these areas are adopting AI at a rate that is very high. And at the same time, these areas are also very, very susceptible to reliability of AI, because in banking sector, for example, the AI is being driven, is actually causing problems because of facts like people's backgrounds, and the racial impact is becoming a big problem in AI. And so these things are going to have an effect as more and more adoption happens. However, every sector in the world today, at some percentage, the AI is being utilized. But one interesting graph that I want to show you is a comparison between traditional adoption of technology versus the adoption of AI technology. The graph in the bottom shows you the general technology adoption rate, where the technology have innovators who start, and then there is early adopters, then you have a majority of the people who adopt it, and then slowly it gets much more widely used. But if you look at the dotted curve, the the adoption of AI has been completely off the chart, in the sense that the early adoption has been very high, right? From 5th grade children using ChatGPT to write their essays to CEOs trying to write their speech, everybody's using OpenAI one way or the other today, right? So adoption has been very fast. But sooner or later, in fact, it's already being seen that the adoption is going to saturate at one point. At that point in time, people are going to compare generative AI with the newer techniques that is coming up, looking at micro-language models and things like that. And at that point in time, you're going to see another curve, and that is the second inflection, is where you will start seeing AI in almost everything you see. So we haven't reached that stage. In fact, there are some publications and journal articles I have read recently where people are questioning whether the cost being spent on AI, whether it is really paying back or not. And recently, there was a drug company CEO who said that we spent $4 billion in AI, but I'm not sure that I'm going to see the profit of $4 billion. And that is why the inflection is going to go down, but nevertheless, it's going to grow and bigger, and that's when AI will become like a second to everything that we do. So having said that, I will focus today on 3 topics of AI, uniquely, which I think is going to have tremendous economic benefit. At the same time, it's an area where you're going to see tremendous innovation. This is beyond ChatGPT and beyond making simple videos. So the 3 topics I'm going to focus on is developing new concepts. How do you design new products using generative AI? Looking at human interaction, that is how human beings interact with computers and your world around you. And third, look at productivity and how AI can actually make an impact on the economy itself. So let me start by looking at design. So the traditional design over the years have been, drawing by hand, and then it became CAD drawings, and then it was 3D design and things like that. But fundamentally, design has always depended on human intuition and human creativity in creating products. Whether it's the design of a car or design of a mechanical product or a process industry, it's always been human-oriented design. A big change that we have started seeing now in terms of design is what we know as a generative design. And the concept of generative design is that the human beings give the functionality of a product and let the computer start thinking for itself and come up with concepts that did not exist. And this has, is something that is completely going to change the way we actually think, the way we make products, and the way we see products coming into the market. So every complex product, whether it's an aircraft or a consumer product, have to go through this process, right? So they have to think of, when in terms of engineering, the weight, the strength of the material, the cost of material, and things like that. And then we have to design it. So on the left is a traditional design that you would design when you have a CAD product that is doing a 3D model. But once you start generating using completely computers start thinking, you can start seeing products which traditionally we will not design, right? So if you look at the second design and the third design, they are functionally very similar to the first design, but that's a generatively designed product which human beings very often cannot think of designing products like that. And that is actually going to start making things that completely does not meet our mental model, right? As an example, this bike here is designed using a generative model, a generative design. And while this form and function is generated, the process also is creating things like the mesh and nodes for analysis, can do design analysis. At the same time, it can also generate STLs and then look at the manufacturability analysis as well. So the bike on the right side here what I'm showing is the kind of product that can come out of generative AI that is going to be very different than the products you would normally see. So in terms of innovation, the future of engineering, I think, is going to be a virtual executive that can sit and do things for you. Look at the history of the product, look at all of the impact on the society, impact on the environment and things like that, and putting all of those into a custom LLM models that can now start generating products for you. So talking about fields that will disappear very soon, I think one of those fields that is going to disappear in the near future is traditional mechanical engineering, sitting and making 3D CAD models when virtual executive can come and design everything for you from A to Z, including giving you all the manufacturing information. And how is it going to impact productivity? So the productivity is one area that I think has a real value of using AI. So I have listed a few, and each one of these areas can actually have a tremendous impact of AI, and we are already seeing hundreds of companies, and some of them completely new companies that never existed before, trying to come and adapt and build products in this area. I will just focus on one or two. Let's talk about worker safety. And the reason I'm saying about worker safety is that the worker safety in a very large, complex manufacturing environment is very, very human dependent, right? To check if all the regulatory things are being taken care of or not. Now, using AI technologies, using imaging system, you can automatically now monitor what is going on inside a plant and then highlight things that should not be happening. Like, for example, like in the US, we follow OSHA regulation. If OSHA regulation is not being followed, you can automatically recognize those things. And in the same thing, in predictive maintenance is one area that AI has already been playing a very significant role, and it is only going to grow. But again, the very last item, emergency response and reliance. One area that I have seen that has already had a very good impact is generating from taking a situation and understanding it and giving responses back on how it should be addressed. A simple example, if there is a fire in a plant, what are the things you have to do? And instead of going through and understanding what situation has happened, AI can help in coming up with processes that can very quickly give you solutions. At our university, we have a very big program that works on climate and weather, and they are using AI to predict snow and ice and looking at when the water is going to convert to ice on the road during severe winter, and that is actually helping the state of New York to give information to drivers before the ice is formed. In fact, half an hour before ice is formed on the road, it can send messages to drivers and tell them that in the next 15, 20 minutes, you can see ice, even though the roads are clean, but AI can actually predict and do that. And this information is being gathered from the cameras on a highway, and they can even predict the change in the wind velocity about 30, 40 minutes before it happens. So emergency preparedness and looking at how we can make more reliant system is one area that AI is really helping in productivity. Here's a product that one of the startup companies I was involved has developed. It's a mobile robot that can go inside a factory. It's remotely controlled. The mobile robot runs around the factory. It looks at a digital twin of a plant, and it compares with the digital twin, and if it see things that is different, it can come automatically using AI and send information remotely so that you can take actions on that, or also it can be used to look at change in situation and get real value information. The third area that I want to focus is looking at human interface. And this is actually one area that I think that AI in the future will have a very big impact. And the reason is that if you look at what interface we use today with AI is ChatGPT. is probably the most commonly used interface. And what kind of interface is ChatGPT? It's a text interface, right? You type things and you generate a text based on that. With DALL-E and some of the newer tools that has come out in industry, you can give a text description that can be converted into an image or even to a small videos, right? But the really future of AI is once you start looking at interfaces, that is very natural. Okay, and once you do that, you can now start creating highly realistic environments for training, for example, for entertainment, for education, and multiple areas where the interface today is very text-based, but in the future could be an interactive system. So let's look at a broad concept of using AI and building a metaverse based on AI. So the idea of using metaverse has been pushed very hard by companies like Meta, and Apple have invested in their own HMD. And many companies today actually have started investing in AI, so you can go and see a car that in a showroom, and so on and so forth, right? And there's a prediction that by 2030, some form of metaverse is going to touch almost 1 billion people. 1/6 of the world will have some kind of interface. So this is the perfect interface for integrating with AI. And some of those tools that can make this happen is converting text into 3D, right? Looking at 3D avatars, 3D interfaces, 3D world can be the future representation of what AI looks like, right? So the information in the large language models and the data that is being generated is today so limited that most human beings still don't have an ability to work with the computer inside. Now, looking at technologies like a virtual avatar, speech, which some people think will be the next, the UX interface, and also looking at three-dimensional experience, you are going to see a human interface for AI, which will be much more realistic, and the next generation youngsters, as they come, they will expect to see AI through these lenses, not through simply text-based interface. I'll give you an example of a project that we have been working on at a university. And this is a training system where on the left is a picture of a doctor talking to a patient. And this is a very traditional role play. And in this particular case, we are trying to show how a doctor can learn about racial bias. Racial bias is something which is very well known in the US, in the sense that doctors assume that people of different races have different experience. For example, there is a misperception among medical professionals in the US that black women have more tolerance towards pain. So when a black woman would go and ask for doctors for painkiller, the doctor would say, oh, don't worry about it. You can, you can take a lot more pain than white people. So this is a very typical example of inherent racial bias. And in the middle is a virtual avatar that can actually now start interacting with you. And this virtual avatar is being trained by generative AI. And what that does is now you can create all kinds of interface. All you have to do is give a scenario and tell this virtual patient that today you are so-and-so, this is your age, this is your experience, here's some data about who you are. And once you do that, and once the doctor comes and starts talking to this virtual patient, the virtual patient will start behaving like it's a real patient. So you can create amazingly complex interactions that can completely revolutionize how you interact with people. I will give an example of a project that we are working on. I hope the video works. If it does, I will show you an example. I don't know if it works or not. Do you know if the video works on this or not? Okay, never mind. I will just explain. So in this particular case, the patient who's lying there, this patient has appendicitis, while the person on the left is wearing a head-mounted display and is actually interacting on this virtual patient. So this patient is not there in real, it's a virtual patient. And this person in VR is actually talking to the patient and asking questions. And based on the question, the patient is answering, right? If you ask the right questions, it'll give the right answer. If not, it'll give the wrong answer, right? By doing this, what we have done is we have created a patient that actually doesn't exist in real world, but the patient is completely lives in the world of generative AI. And so now this patient can now be changed to anything. So instead of appendicitis, you can say that this patient, you have a gallbladder or something like that, and then the new doctor who comes in and talks to the patient will get that experience. Another project that actually we did, again, the video is not working, but that's okay, is something that we did for an insurance company. And here, the language model was developed from millions of phone calls that was recorded by this insurance company on a daily basis. And using that information, now when a new patient calls into the system, there is a virtual person. So it's not like calling a phone and talking to somebody who's completely, computer-based, and you talk for 2 minutes, you get frustrated and you hang up. But instead you have a very lifelike person who's actually interacting with you. And it is so realistic that if the patient gets very angry and is very annoyed, the system very calmly walks you through the system and does not get at all upset. This company called Carelon is a $200 billion revenue company per year. They manage over 200 million patients in the US. They're trying to implement these kind of technologies because 95% of the patients are unhappy with the customer service, right? But this concept, it's just a concept. It can be used in every field. We did another project for Porsche. And this is the competition we took part in. We were actually a winner in a demonstration which we did. And where we created this experience based on the common questions people ask when you go to a Porsche showroom. And it turns out that the system that we developed as a prototype could do a better job than any salesperson can give you, simply because the information that the virtual customer service agent has, or the salesperson, is a lot more deeper than a salesperson would have, which would be mostly about selling a product. So these are the kind of interface between human being and the AI is what I think is going to make a huge impact in the future. So it's a survey of what people think, what percentage of certain industry is going to adopt AI. I'll take a few examples. Let's take biopharma, right? It's said that right now by 2025, almost 30% of drugs being developed by major companies like Eli Lilly, Pfizer, and others are actually using some form of AI, okay? And the speed at which they are able to do discovery is amazing. And I'll give you an example. It's Moderna. It's a company that did an mRNA vaccine for COVID. So when they were actually testing to see which mRNA should be used, they had over 1 billion possibilities. Using AI, they came up with 4 possibilities. And in 2 weeks, this is something that CMO of Moderna told us in a meeting when she visited us, that the actual vaccine for COVID was invented in 2 weeks. Because the 4 possibilities they did with AI, they ran with one of them, and that is the one that was eventually given to over 100 million people. But why did it take a year? It's simply because it had to go through clinical trials. So imagine they could come up with a vaccine in 2 weeks using AI, right? But then all of this industry, product development, like I said, the design is becoming so much that Airbus thinks that 45% of all the design is going to be done using AI, and it's already happening. There are companies like AutoCAD and others who are already adapting, doing that. And again, facilities design, power plant designs. But another interesting thing is film production. right? They say that 90% of all the movies will have some form of AI, right? Recently, the Screenwriters Guild, if you do not know, Screenwriters Guild is the guild of all the people who write the script for movies in Hollywood. They went on strike last year because they were so concerned that AI is going to take over the entire screenwriting that they will not have any job, right? So this was a major strike, and then finally they came to an agreement that even if AI is used, so the smart thing that Screenwriters Guild did is they first accepted that AI is going to be there. They can't avoid AI. But they said that even if AI is there, you have to give credit to the people who came up with the concept. So you cannot simply dump everybody and simply say that AI did that. So it is a very innovative way of looking at how jobs are changing, how people have to understand that AI is going to be part of everything you do, and also trying to see how the future labor laws and the future occupations accept AI as a part of everything that happens, rather than say that I don't want to adopt AI, because that is not going to happen. AI is already happening, right? So it's important to think of the future of AI, innovation in AI, and also think of how you're going to live with AI and use it for the best, right? So that is the most important critical thing you want to think about. So to conclude, I think that 3 areas I would like to highlight, and I want as a summary. One is AI is going to create new market. When I say new market, in next 5 years, you will see companies doing things you did not know existed, right? Like, for example, today everybody knows NVIDIA, or probably most of us know NVIDIA, and if you're an investor, you definitely know NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA just blew away Intel, and I heard Intel is going to be taken over by Qualcomm. So who would have thought that Intel will be now in the back in NVIDIA? Because NVIDIA came up with a GPU, and this company is 20 years back, as a researcher, I bought the first NVIDIA chip. Had I known it's going to become this big, I would have retired by now if I had invested in that, right? But it's an example of the companies that is there today that is going to come in 10, 15 years, and is going to completely change everything we do simply because they are coming up with new concept on. So one of the most exciting things is that there is going to be a complete new market, and it's going to be a threat to every large company that exists today. If Intel can be shaken, any company can be shaken, right? And so you're going to see innovation, and whoever invests in innovation early on, you're going to look at the future. Second thing, economic impact. I do think that even though AI has not really started showing its value yet, in my opinion, but it is coming. Very soon you're going to see cutting down in the cost reduction because of AI. You're going to see that the impact on AI for healthcare, for education, all of these things, right? The third thing is empowerment, right? The earlier speaker was also mentioning that AI is an empowering tool. So what I mean by empowering tool? With AI, in fact, someone was, a software developer was telling me recently while chatting that going to college for 4 years, I'm wondering why I went. Because everything I want to do, I can go online and do it in a 4-week certificate. And it gives me a skill to work. That makes people like me and many of us in this room who are academicians doing research to think about what is the future of education going to be. Because AI is an empowering tool, right? It empowers an average person, and which is a great thing. Because it can now take education, whether you are in Africa or whether in South America or anywhere in the world, if you have an access to computer and access, you can actually do amazing things. And in fact, amazing things are coming out of every corner of the world because of the things you can do with AI today already, right? So empowerment is, I think, one of the most important things, and I think that it will have a leveling field around the world, right? So that is thing that I'm really excited about. Finally, talking about what are the challenges. We talked about innovation, and I read somewhere that 90% of all the articles in the world is talking about how great AI is. But really, there are some of the most the negative side of AI is very few people actually speak about, and one is impact on the environment. What I learned is, What I learned is that ChatGPT, when it makes 4 words, it spends as much money as 4 bottles of water for just 4 words. So imagine how much energy is being generated to run this OpenAI and all the AI systems, right? So as AI is growing, it's going to have an impact on our entire society, and that's very important. And then, of course, you have to think about whether you can trust that, whether it's reliable or not, and so on and so forth. Finally, I will leave you with one thought about AI. And if someone wrote this nice commentary that, I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so that I can spend my time on art, right? But if you have an AI to do art and I still have to do my laundry, then AI is not good, right? So I was thinking that AI should be good for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kesavadas, for these interesting insights. And now, moving on to our next session, I wanted to give a brief. In the vibrant context that is Saudi Arabia, the role of government entities in enhancing research overall is a very crucial one. And that is why this next session presents a panel discussion on the roles of ministries and government agencies in fostering meaningful partnerships. Look forward to a fascinating conversation between our expert panelists, moderated by Dr. Abdullah Sultan, Dean of the Mathematics and Computing Department. Panelists and moderator, please welcome on stage.
So good morning. I hope you are enjoying the forum so far. This is probably all of us will be the one sitting between you and lunch. So I hope it will be really the great added value to a great audience like all of you. If you look at any advanced economy today globally, I mean, if you look at the top 5 economies or all the emerging economies, in all of them, the common factor, governments are playing a very, very critical role in driving innovation, research, and assuring the partnerships between all the key parties in those economies and also globally. So this session will be dedicated mainly to partnership, but more importantly, the role of governments. And probably we'll borrow a small insight from the president this morning. I'm sure our colleagues today in the session, we will not spend too much time in articulation and planning and thoughts rather than what's already there on ground. And I'm aware of great example. Every organization represented here on the stage, they are leading as a role model. We'll be hearing from our colleagues today what they are already implementing and what's coming in the pipeline potentially, in bridging the gap, looking over critical barrier and assuring the quick implementation of the outcomes of research. I have great panel with me today. Dr. Saeed, you heard from him this morning. Saeed is a very interesting background. He's an MD by training. He's a medical doctor and decided in a great moment in his career to advance education. So he's also a Cambridge graduate in data analytics. And now he's the executive director of REDIA, the Research Development and Innovation Authority in the Kingdom, and looking at, in particular, a very important domain in REDIA represented by the National Initiative and Missions in particular. The way the session will look like, I'll ask each one of them to have 5 minutes, hopefully more or less, opening statement, and then we will open the floor to audience. And I'm really counting on you for your thoughts, your advocacy in general. So without further ado, we'll start with Dr. Saeed, reflecting from RIDIA, what's the role and what they are doing currently in assuring partnership and the role of the government in bridging the gap in general. So floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah jami'an, and thank you very much for having me on this very important panel. The RDIA is established, as you know, a few years ago, 2 years in particular. Before that, for those who remember, the funding used to come from KAXT, and which was also the executor. And RDIA came to change a little bit of separation of powers and have a North Star for the whole country. So you saw today that there is a North Star in terms of 2030 vision and beyond. We're already talking about 2040. In the 4 sector areas, there is multiple missions that represent 60 to 70% of the funds and the resources that will go into achieving solutions for kingdom challenges. But these challenges are not unique to us. It's actually a global challenge, which also means to solve it, we have to partnership with a lot of universities, companies to solve these water problem, communicable disease problem, AI, quantum, and other areas of research. So what we plan to do is we want to encourage partnership in multiple ways. One, through these missions, there will be levels of funding. The basic science, there is a full breakthrough funds that require you to actually have a consortium, hopefully from outside the country. And for the mission itself, there is area that is require huge projects that's sometimes only done by very few centers. So we now have a vehicle called R&D contracts. So if there is a technology that's required to solve a big problem in the mission and it's not possible to do it with open competitive grants, then this vehicle actually is going to allow the universities, the researchers, and partners from outside to work together on an R&D contract. But all of this mean nothing if we don't have areas like innovation districts, where you really combine the universities, the companies, the startups in a very close loop with open lab policies, infrastructure for data analysis, which is something we want to help the ecosystem with. So you can imagine that combining the funds, the infrastructure, and breaking the silos, which is also breaking the R&D ecosystem in the country, opening up between us in the country, first of all, then opening up also with the international companies and universities. And with all of this, we want also to work with you and these innovation districts to develop the roadmap. The roadmap is not 100% detailed. It will be dynamic. Every year we will review what we done last year, what's worked, what did not work. We celebrate the success, and then not the North Star every year in terms of ideas, technologies, or even new partnerships. So this is in a nutshell what RDIA is hoping to do from this year moving forward.
Thank you very much. And I think this is a good overview from RIDIA and what they are really advancing and doing today in the kingdom in particular. Our next insight is slightly different from a very critical and important domain for us in the kingdom, from the defense sector. With us is Dr. Hatem Buhairi, who is the Assistant Governor for Technology and Systems at the General Authority for Defense Development in general. Dr. Hatem has a very also rich background and experience, from being one day one of the key leaders of photonics and communication during the days when he was at KAXT. Then he was also playing a key role at GAMI, the General Authority for Military Industries in general. And again, in innovation and system development and in planning over there until assuming the current responsibility. So I know, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Hatem, defense is not within the domain, I think, of the RDIA. If not, so if you could comment on the intersection, but also how unique the defense sector in general and what JAD are advancing today. Floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. Thanks for King Fahd University for this chance. I think I have a few slides I want to share with you. But in general, I think for those of you who only heard about General Authority for Defense Development today, we are very similar to RIDIA in that perspective. So we are orchestrating, aligning, empowering the research, development, and innovation in the defense sector. So part of our responsibilities is to align, streamline activities in the ecosystem. To start with, to build an ecosystem, I have a few slides to share with you just to guide the discussion. Our starting point is Vision 2030. In the defense sector, we have a target to localize 50% of defense equipments by 2030. Now, this is not a job of a single organization. It is an ecosystem responsibility. There are technology providers, whether it's original equipment manufacturers from abroad. There are universities, local users like defense and security entities who place the demands, who set the directions for us. So it is really a collaborative work. Today, who's the three government organizations that are collaborating to achieve this goal are definitely the end users, represented by Ministry of Defense, MOI, and other defense and security agencies. The General Authority for Defense Development, when it comes to research, development, and innovation activities in that sector, and the General Authority for Military Industries, who is taking care of building the industrial infrastructure and all the enablements in that area. So definitely collaboration between these three government agencies to streamline and orchestrate the activities among these players is mandatory to achieve this 50%. Now, our approach in JAD is to do this really. We have been doing research in the kingdom for the past maybe 40 years or plus in defense, related to defense. So we had some of these building blocks. We had universities. I think we are in a great university, King Fahd University today, and all its research centers and great minds here. We had research centers. We had CAXT and other research centers working also in the past. We have defense research centers like PSD, SARC, and others. We had commercial companies, but I think what we were missing is maybe this industrialization bridge. We were missing also the concept of an ecosystem, a complete ecosystem. Each of these blocks were working separately. There was no orchestrator for these activities between all these entities, streamline the activities, set the targets. So let's agree that in order to achieve the 50% localization, we need to start by having an ecosystem, making sure that we have all the no voids in the ecosystems. If there is a missing block, we need to build it. That's number one. Number two, I think we need to also elevate the levels of maturity of all these blocks. All these blocks need to be at similar levels of maturity so that activities can go around, can stream between them. There will be some dynamics happening between them. So this is one of our priorities today. is to build this ecosystem in the defense industry. Definitely this ecosystem will leverage greatly the dual use and pacts and others and the civilian sector. Today, defense industry is to a great deal also non-defense systems, it's IT systems and others. So there will be definitely collaboration there. Comes with this ecosystem, I think there has to be some roles of the government like regulations, policies, incentive programs like what Dr. Saeed had mentioned here. So this is part of what we're doing. Incentives programs, we will have an incentive program also to create the dynamics here in the ecosystem, to create what's happening here. Now this takes us to the roles of the ecosystem players. So previously, I think every one of these blocks, because of the lack of the orchestrator, you would find every building block working on all areas. So a university professor would work on tier level 1 to 3, sometimes going up to building systems in his lab, sometimes trying to do that also and create a company and taking all the tier L levels at one. I think this is an approach we are trying to reduce. We are trying to orchestrate the activities, build plans, maybe what Dr. Muhammad said today. Yes, we need to start executing on plans, but plans are necessary so that we can streamline activities, and all go to the same direction. So what I'm trying to show in this chart is that universities have a great role, has an important role, but they have to fulfill that role in the tier L level 1 to 3. And there is a role for the industry, there is a role for the development centers, and they all have to interact through what we're trying to do, through the policies, the procedures that we do, and through the incentives programs. This is, I'm not going to spend much time here, but this is the approach we've taken into account the directions of the end users, like Ministry of Defense and others, and translating those requirements and ambitions into projects and programs that are directed to every component of the ecosystem. So there will be some programs coming from JAD addressed to universities. There will be programs addressed for research centers. There will be programs for development centers. There will be programs for companies. And all these programs are designed in a way to complete each other. This is also just showing that we see defense research centers and research is TRL level 1 to 3 happening at the university level. We will have national labs, like this is CACS and other and dual domain. And there are defense development centers and the industry. And the dynamics here, these are the programs in red. These are the programs that will be directing to create the movement in the ecosystem. So that's what I wanted to start with. Maybe we'll have questions from the audience. Thank you.
Very good, and I'm very thankful to Dr. Hatem, and also I am happy to see the human capital is also integrated into the bigger play of development, innovation in general, because that's a key driver in general. The next, we will be hearing a different interesting model coming from the Ministry of Industrial and Mineral Resources, where they are today in the kingdom really pushing envelope in deployment and taking things to the field. With us, Dr. Ahmed Qattan, and Ahmed has again another very interesting portfolio. I'm really happy to have him with us today, as well as everybody. Ahmed been in government in key roles in multiple places, been in the Ministry of Commerce and then municipality, and been also with the Ministry of Labor and Social services with old names, and currently Ahmed is Deputy Minister for Planning and Development at the MEM, Ministry of Industrial and Mineral Resources. Also has, interestingly, 2 PhDs, one in AI and the second one is in negotiation. And you need someone really to advance things with that really capability. So Ahmed, your perspective from the Ministry of Industrial and Mineral Resources.
السلام عليكم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد عليه وصحبه وسلم. Not far from my esteemed colleagues in the distinguished organizations, we are also in the ministry focused on the ecosystem. Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, we operate on the basis of 2 national strategies. We call it the NIS and the MIS, National Strategy of Industry and National Strategy of Mining. And both strategies, they have ambitious targets that lead to aggressive results. And we are operating on the basis of increasing the contribution of the sector into the GDP. We are trying to increase the net export 3-fold by 2030. We are trying to contribute to the job creation, and this requires us to increase the number of factories from 12,000 to 36,000 by 2035. So just by mentioning the number, you can imagine how aggressive it is, and this makes my team and my colleagues in the ministry works day and night. Having said that, we believe, actually, we completely believe that the only way forward to push these results is innovation. And innovation, as my boss, the minister always said, is the back door of investment. So when there is a new idea that can be turned to be a product on the shelf, then investors come and turn this idea into deployment. And therefore, in the ministry, we believe that the government should not interfere with the operation. The moment the government goes into operation, the moment things go messy and bureaucratic. So therefore, we are trying to focus on the ecosystem with my esteemed colleague in RDAI, Radia, and Ministry of Education, Ministry of Human Resources, and HSRD, and several other organizations. So we are focusing from the beginning of the journey, from ideation, validation, then you need to do the prototyping, then from prototyping you need to do the IP. After the IP you need to take some training, then fund production and export. And this journey, we believe that the ministry or the government should only regulate and monitor. But the service providers, the actual service providers, are the universities, the private sectors, the incubators, the training centers, the prototyping labs, and those are the real service providers. Nevertheless, there is a couple of slides I could present. We also believe that there are 2 enablers that only the government can help. And of course, the private sector will provide services, but the government need to stimulate those 2 enablers. And the first one, we call it the social perception, where we need to, as a government, work with different organizations, including NGOs and the society, to change the perception of innovators from people who are looking for jobs to people who are leading transformation, people who are drive economy forward. And in order to do that, we work on 3 pillars. Number 1, with Ministry of Education to introduce early curriculums of innovation in the school classes, مناهج صفية ومناهج لا صفية, or class activities and non-class activities. We work with the Ministry of Human Resources to protect the jobs. Today, the job of product designer or manager of R&D, anyone can go today to GOSI and change their job. I can go to GOSI today and I can change my job from deputy minister to product designer. So we are working to protect these jobs, that not anyone can go into these jobs. We want to protect this to be similar to lawyers and nurses and doctors. We need to put some guard gates to make sure that people who enter these jobs who are really qualified to have the title. And this will increase the social perception, because now this is a prestigious job. Not anyone can be product designer or managing R&D center or this or that. Also, we work on a 3rd pillar with the media, with the Ministry of Media in particular, and the general media to introduce continuous channels and programs to enhance and promote the success stories. The more you do that, the more famous programs we all watch, Shark Tank and other of alike. We want to present the success stories to make other eager to copy and mimic. The second pillar, which is also equally important for us, is the international branding of Saudi Arabia. In the ministry, we have an ambition, and I will repeat it twice, once in Arabic and once in English. Let me start with the Arabic. Our ambition in Arabic is إذا لم تستطع أن تحول فكرتك إلى منتج في المملكة فلن تستطيع في أي مكان في العالم. Let me say it in English again for my colleagues who don't speak Arabic. If you cannot, our ambition in the ministry, if you cannot turn your concept or your idea into product into Saudi Arabia, you will not be able to do it anywhere else in the world. And regardless, wherever you are, whatever the nationality, whatever the religion, welcome to Saudi Arabia to join our ecosystem as long as the product will be made in Saudi Arabia. So thank you. So one more time, in the ministry, similar to my colleagues, to the organization represented by my colleagues, and we have a big intersection with Radia and other ministries not present today, that we are trying to make this ecosystem work, and we're trying to integrate that. And we believe that the government should not involve in the operation. Universities is the right place. Research centers are the best place to do that. And private sector should drive the economy forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. And we are probably a little bit biased at KFUPM. I think truly, I mean, and probably from the stage, I would reflect one of the ministries that all of them, with no doubt, but in the mining sector in particular, one of really fast move we found from a government partner was from the Ministry of Industrial and Mineral Resources on activating a new sector completely need to be uplifted in the kingdom. So thank you for all the great work you are doing at the ministry. Last but not the least, very close friend and an outstanding fellow, Dr. Abdullah Raddadi from MIWA, from Ministry of Water, Agriculture and Environmental. Dr. Abdullah currently is the Assistant Deputy Minister for Research and Innovation at MIWA. And prior to that role, Dr. Abdullah was also an assistant VP for scientific research at KAXT, and been really leading in many interesting front at KAXT. It happens we had interaction in the past, and all of them really great. And Abdullah has a PhD in financial and research development, investment in general. And what he will be sharing with us in the remaining 5 minutes before we open the floor, and I will really encourage you to keep reflecting of what you heard so far and what you will be hearing from Abdullah. We'll be having a reflection from MIWA and what MIWA actually doing in terms of the partnership and advocating for the role of the government really accelerating research development and innovation deployment. Abdullah, floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. Thank you, Dr. Abdullah, for the introduction. Thank you for KPM for having such a platform for dialogue. It is important to have platforms where stakeholders could exchange knowledge and experiences. I will start by giving a little bit of context of innovation in MIWA. The way we look at innovation is a source of providing solutions and challenges in our sector. We represent the demand side of innovation. We are not a supplier of innovation. We're not a university. We're not a research institution. And we're not even a regulator when it's come to innovation. We know the challenges and the opportunities at agriculture, water, and environment sectors, and we depend and look for innovative solutions to tackle those challenges. Having said that, when we looked at innovation, we started by creating technology families to just specify what are our focus areas in the 3 sectors. When we collected this, and this is, you could find this at MIWA's website, we created a technology roadmap for each technologies, specifying the focus areas for the ministry, and this is a message to all stakeholders that these are the technologies that we are going to focus on. These technologies is a result of an alignment between the national strategies and what is available of the technologies. MIWA was overseeing 5 national strategies: water, agriculture, environment, food security, and part of the biotechnology strategy as well. When we set these focus areas, we then looked at what is the institutional interventions that MIWA could look at. Partnership, of course, is one of those. And I'm going to speak only about partnership in this panel, since it is the theme of this panel. Since we are not an executor of innovation, we certainly need to work with others in doing that. We do not look at the whole ecosystem, such as Ridia and JAD. We do not do research such as KFUPM and other universities. And we looked at multiple partnership models in doing that. And we come up with, if I may have the clicker, please. The clicker. Yes. We came up with the idea of the alliance. So the alliance, the idea behind the alliance is having everyone that is interested in the agriculture technologies under one roof. So this umbrella of an organization, it's supposed to, and this is the typical saying of bridging the gap between the industry and the research community. Of course, we're not looking only on the research, the industry and the community. We are neither, actually. We're neither an industry or a research institution. We are a regulator and a policymaker in these 3 sectors. So we created this umbrella and this organization to facilitate and to actually catalyze the partnerships in research and innovation. Of course, under the thematic areas, which we set at the beginning in the technology roadmap, and this is only for this topic for the agriculture. We looked at 3 areas when it's come to SAFTA, which is the Saudi Agriculture Food Technology Alliance, which is what is the objective of this partnership, who are we looking for as members, and then how are we going to govern this organization. When it's come to the objective, we want actually to build a community of interested parties, regardless of those parties and who they come from. But we need to get people who are interested in agriculture and technologies. And this is something interesting about agriculture, that it is actually not interesting. So people are looking for AI and computing, drones. But it is very difficult for some people, even in the research community, to associate between agriculture and technology. So these people are actually, they do not have a high voice when it's come to innovation. So creating such a community was important for us to get those interested people or parties together to catalyze these partnership, and more importantly, to inform policies and policymakers of what industry actually is looking for when it's come to innovation in agriculture. The second part, what we looked at, is who are the members. Currently, we have more than 50 members in the Saudi Agriculture Food Technology Alliance. Those members are policymakers and regulators. They come from the private sector. They come from research and academia. They come from the investment sector. We have the Saudi Agriculture Development Fund. We have SALIC from the PIF. We are actually in negotiation with several financial institutions to join us. They are from NGOs, non-government or non-profit organization. So we have multiple stakeholders. We have a diverse of stakeholders under the same roof, just looking into how could we actually activate the role of technology and innovation in the agriculture sector. The third part, which we look at, is how do we actually govern this? So there is a steerco of the founders. I mean, the founders are MIWA, the Ministry of Agriculture, REDIA, we have NEOM, Topian, and KAUST. KAUST plays the role of the secretariat of the alliance. It is, at the end, a research organization. It looks at, we need scientific people, we need people who are familiar with innovation, with the trend of innovation, to actually manage the operational level of this. The steerco looks at the higher level and the strategic direction of the alliance. Then the secretariat look at the operational level. So if a stakeholder is looking to create a working group to actually to tackle a certain challenge, or if we want to actually look further into a certain technology and how could be implemented in the agriculture sector. So this is in a very brief way to just to describe what is the agriculture or SAFTA, the Alliance for Agriculture Technologies. The SAFTA has been working for 3 months so far. It has multiple working groups. One of its first output will be a scientific symposium in December in Riyadh. This is aligned with the Sustainability Innovation Week with the COP16. It will be about the agriculture in the arid area. Of course, I think the call for proposals will be next week, launched by SAFTA. The other output is a consortium to tackle the red palm weevil using biotechnology, and we have multiple stakeholders in this as well. And these are actually an output of multiple stakeholders that are actually, they wanted actually to pitch in. So what we do usually is, when we have an idea, we send a letter, expression of interest to the members, asking them if they would be interested to join us in this. And so far, alhamdulillah, the members have been very enthusiastic to join. Even those members, when they joined the alliance from the beginning, we were very clear to them that joining the alliance is non-binding. So they don't have to pay anything. They just have to come through a senior representation from their side to our table, just to see what are the other parties. I mean, we've seen multiple stakeholders that they never have been met before in a meeting room, and alhamdulillah, this has been done. This is all from my side, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdullah. This is a very interesting move from MIWA, and I think this is a good platform for probably multiple other platforms to follow. Floor is open. If you have any question, please. Do we have the mics? So Abu Ahmed, Walid al-Somali, the front, and Dr. Abdullah from King Faisal Specialist Hospital.
Shukran, Abu Ziad, for always an outstanding moderation, and the distinguished panelists for their very insightful and enriching perspective. This is Walid al-Somali. I'm advisor at the Ministry of Investment, and ex-Saudi Aramco professional as well. So, gentlemen, there are a lot of initiatives and work which has been currently ongoing. We are all awaiting the research, development, and innovation strategy. Hopefully will be very soon out. We are waiting for Munshat entrepreneurship strategy as well, which complement the strategy. However, what do you think we can work as an ecosystem collectively to make an impact? The Global Innovation Index just came out a few days ago and ranked the country 47 out of 133 countries. I'm sure that the ambition for us all is to be much better than where we stand right now. So there are a lot of initiatives, a lot of work in academic settings and organizations and research institutes and companies, how we can make collective impact that would bring us to the next level. Thank you very much.
Ahmed, who want to take it? Said, you want to start?
Sure. Thank you very much. I love hearing the pragmatic approach. And as His Excellency today in the morning mentioned, it's good to have plans, it's very important, but we cannot wait forever for these plans to be perfect. And we acknowledge some of these initiatives will take some time to achieve, and we cannot also wait until everything fall in place, all the ecosystem understand what they're doing. So on our side, our strategy is, alhamdulillah, I think, been approved by His Royal Highness last week. Hopefully in the next few months it will be officially announced. And behind the scene, we are really working without waiting for the strategy to launch. For example, our colleagues at MIWAN done an amazing job in the food and the water missions detailing. And what you already saw is already, the wheels are already turning in the food and the water. Funds is not everything. Yes, grants is very important. Definitely it will incentivize a lot of work. But in all honesty, it represents less than 15% with the R&D funds in the country, which mostly from institutional funds to the universities, research centers, and ministries. That 85%, if we align it with the North Star for the whole country, I think it will move much faster than only depending on grants. Moving toward commercialization. One of the ideas on the table today is how can we actually support researcher directly with a fund as to start his company in applied science instead of waiting for a grant to the university with 3 years. So it's become the IP and the prototype first, move fast, and hopefully our colleagues in the Ministry of Industry and others are going to be taking some of these innovators and innovations. Another, I think, very important subject is the sandbox. How can we enable companies and researchers to exercise and test their prototype fast in multiple areas? And there is already amazing digital and physical sandbox being established. Ministry of Health, for example, today they have an amazing AI data intense and research environments to enable researchers to use AI in advancing precision medicine from electronic health records. And we are trying to do the same with all ministries. So all these moving parts are already established and happening without waiting for the full strategy to be approved.
Very good. Dr. Hatim, you want to comment from the defense? I think you are already doing a fantastic job.
Yes. I think, as universities, we have a number of universities are in the top ranked. Components by component, I think we're doing maybe okay. But I think to achieve the GII or innovation outcome or impact of research on economy, I think this ecosystem needs to start working and the streamlining. And both RIDIA, JAD, and other esteemed organizations, I think all have plans now, all have strategies, but as my colleague mentioned here, it will take some time to see that effect. All organizations have programs working now. Let's wait and see for I think, next 2 years. I hope to see the effects of these great plans coming into reality.
Dr. Abdullah.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Thank you very much for the panelists. I think I may disagree with Dr. Saeed that funding is very important and sustainable funding is very important, and this is an incentive for the innovation. Other important thing is the ecosystem, the pain point in the ecosystem for the innovation. I think as we discussed yesterday on a side talk that the procurement, the attracting of talent, the incentives for the researchers, these are important. As you know, that research and innovation is a very dynamic process and needs a dynamic processes in place in order to achieve and also to compete. In order to compete and increase the country innovation index, we need to be on the same level as other countries in our access to resources and our access to reagents, etc. So can you please elaborate more on what's being done to improve the ecosystem? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. And you are absolutely right. There are, when we designed the strategy, we identified 25 different clogs for the RDI ecosystem. One of them is what you alluded to, which is basically the difficulty even in the simple importing of materials from outside the country takes a long time. That is already being addressed by a full working group between multiple entities, from the Custom and Jamaic to Saudi FDA to RDIA to fasten this cycle. Others clogs is access, for example, to computational power. Now with the AI and the big data, we want to give access to all researchers and companies the ability to use this infrastructure without the need to develop their own in-house capabilities. Even more on the talent attraction, there's the premium residency, the special talent attraction. There is a full path for it. So in parallel between unclogging the ecosystem, there is over 70 initiatives in that regard. And on the other side, we need to maximize and utilize the resources. No matter what we put in the innovation, it's always going to be less than what we need. So choosing the right problems, aligning the whole ecosystem to a North Star, I think it will yield a much better and faster cycles of really solving real problems. You remember from the past 20 years, almost every organization is doing their own thing, and there is silos and no clear alignment between the strategies. And from what we hear now from my dear colleagues today, even if we don't speak one-to-one, we're already all looking at the same North Star, which is really great. I think what we are witnessing is a slow transition, but I feel, and I just shared this today with Dr. Abdullah, I feel in 2 years we will feel the leap and the jump, because there is a lot of workouts behind the scene, and it's a matter of 2 years, inshallah, before we jump. And I want to also mention that on GII, we jumped really 19 positions in the last 3-4 years. And now we are reaching to the resisting. We need to break through with more, let's say, alignments in our policies and ecosystem. فإن شاء الله متفائلين جدا إن شاء الله to achieve this goal.
Thank you. We have a question there. Do we have other questions? Because I'm watching for your lunchtime. So.
Assalamu alaikum. Rachel Ahmed, an assistant professor of IS at KFUPM. My question is about what are the government priorities regarding AI research in the next 6 years, and how do they align with the global trends in AI? Thank you.
Who want to take AI?
No, yeah, in the Ministry of Industry, I think Radia is in better position to answer on that, because Ministry of Industry, we are more of the application. We are not into the process of research, the product of research. Nevertheless, before the discussion, I was discussing with Dr. Abdullah that we have a program pushing for Industry 4.0. And he was telling me, no, this is too late. Now you should push for Industry 5.0. And this is where the human get integrated into the process. Not only the machine producing the process, but the human become part of the process. So in the ministry, we have programs to use drones for an inspection in the area of minings. This is an interesting application for us. We are interested in developing not only the product, but the process of producing the product. The innovation not necessary to be in the product, could be in the process, or by reducing the cost or increasing the productivity, or even reduce the time, reduce the number of people and hands on the production line. All these are interesting applications for us. Image recognition is extremely important for us because today products are the HS code. We have 12 levels, HS code 1, 2, 3, up to level 12. So level 12, you have 12 digits to distinguish products. And even though with this level of granularity, we believe applications like image recognition to distinguish one product from another in the borders, في الجمارك وكذا. These some of the applications that could be interesting to the industry, but by no means it's a national priorities. I think when it comes to national priorities, it's in the Radiat court.
So AI, we do have a mission for general AI, as I mentioned. This is very specific to AI, but it's actually going to touch every mission. For example, in health, the Saudi Genome Project strategy also has been approved recently, where we expect in the next 5 years to receive and generate over 200 petabytes of data. Hopefully it will be linked with electronic health records. So that will have a lot of support. And there is a new initiative called digital grants. Basically access to cloud computing, some help to support researchers to enter into the AI world and use it in any of the focus areas: energy, material science, sustainability, etc. So AI become across really all the activities that we do, and we expect to support them with a mission-specific or initiative as digital grants.
Final question.
Dr. Abdullah, luckily we have a high representation for Sadaya.
Okay.
Probably he can help in answering the question related to AI.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum, Abdullah Habib. I'm happy to shed some light on what's going on for the AI sector, especially in Sadaya. So we have a couple of joint centers from the research part, whether with KFUPM, with KAUST. Actively as well, we have more on the application level, ministry level. We have joint centers between Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, as well Ministry of MIM. Certain problems, as mentioned here, we're trying to tackle from AI perspective. As a matter of research, we're working in parallel with the National Center for AI, NSI. We're working closely for LLM, working closely for computer vision applications, Gen AI. So we're working in parallel with the different research stakeholders, but we have very focused mandate for LLM and Gen AI. So that's what's really happening in Sadaya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for the interest of time, you have all the panelists around, so you can feel free to communicate with them. But I would like you to close and you comment on one of three or the three following aspects. Number one, do you think from a government point of view, because the role of government is critical, do you think that we need a disruptive model on how partnership and engagement, especially taking a look at what's going on today in the generative AI and how research developments is not just only the basic things that it take TRL 1, 2, 3, all the way, things become very accelerated now. And also the complex engineering is what probably we are lacking in certain domain in general, and where government really play an important role. So number one is the disruption in the model. Number two is the talent. I think there is a global competition for talent. R&D is among the field and domain that competing for the best talent. How we attract them and how to retain them and how to keep them always excited to flourish over a long career. The third aspect, and you can choose again one of them or all of them, is the international. Whatever we are speaking about here today in the kingdom is not in silo of what's happening globally. All the grand challenges that we talk about today is a humanity in large, great interest and great challenges. And many of the big solution and breakthrough, it will not happen because of a single state or a university, or it need a global, and there are a lot of, so I'll leave a final statement with you to comment on whatever you like. Dr. Said.
You are absolutely right in terms of the importance of partnerships and making the ecosystem lucrative enough, not only for talents to come, but also for the companies to have smart incentive programs to make them come to the country. And I love the amazing work that is being done with different ministries, and especially Ministry of Investment, with their attraction packages for multinational companies to come. On the other side, I think we also need some vertical specialization. There is a lot of area to cover, and I think specializing in major areas to make a dent on the problem is also very important. And early transformation like what we are witnessing today with King Fahd Petroleum toward these mega challenges and breaking the silos and attracting talents and changing even the incentives for the researcher themselves. Instead of focusing on publication and stressing them on just the publication and the citation, you're opening that door for them. And what we hear today from Ministry of Industry, where they allow Saudis and non-Saudis equal. It's all about solving the problem. It's not about who you are. And that is, I think, is extremely important.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah. I think I want to share with you during a visit to one of the universities, somebody mentioned to me that a graduate student or a PhD student during that time, this is the longest period of time a person would focus on a single subject without interruption. It's very interesting because we're not leveraging this. The power of researchers at universities, the power of graduate students is not properly integrated into our strategies, into our industry. We need to work more into bringing a university into the industry. We leverage this brain power, great brain power at universities, human capital, to resolve and work on real problems that are generated from the industry. I think this will have a great impact. This is one thing. The other thing is we need to work as an ecosystem, as we said here, all the organizations, and to allow this great talent and great ideas to come out as well through incubators and accelerators and the industry. So I think we need to work on this streamlining.
Thank you, Doctor, for this very good three aspects. And allow me to say we believe the only way forward is disruption. In the industry, it's a long-term game. So let's be honest with ourselves. It's very hard to compete with the car industry. The industry started 50 years ago. Where are we going to start today? It's very hard to compete with medical industries. It's already started a long time ago, and we're starting today. Or not today, literally, but recently. But the way to move forward is to start in the future games, that we should invest from now. So 10 years ahead and 15 years ahead, we become leaders in these stuff. For example, the cyborg, where you integrate live tissue cells with machines and you see intelligent interaction. This is a new area of research. Quantum computing. It's a quite new area of research and it's very promising. So if we don't think disruptive and if we don't invest in these future ideas from today, we will never be leaders in these industries. And countries and governments compete on not in the old. The old is already done and they took big share of the market. We will never be able to compete with Toyota in the world. They already have the biggest share of the market and so on. So unless we think ahead and we want the biggest share of the market and we want to be leaders, then we have to think disruptive and we have to think not tomorrow and the day after, what will happen, what is the technology needed 10 years from now and 50 years from now, and we need to prepare our generations from today.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Dr. Abdullah, final comment?
Thank you, Dr. Well, one thing that I've noticed, that when we talk about innovation, we directly think that we are not being innovative. I don't believe this is the case. Through partnerships, we have excellent examples here in the kingdoms of successful stories of innovation. Energy is a great example of that. I don't come from the energy sector, I used to, but I will talk about water. for example. When we talk about innovation in agriculture and water, we do not look at it from an opportunity point of view. It's not an opportunity, it's a need. So it's an essential need for us. It is what it's called. This is what it's called in the national priority. If we do not innovate in water, we may have a problem in our water security in the kingdom. Same goes for the food security as well. Talking about innovation, the kingdom has played a significant role in water desalination historically. We used to desalinate water in the thermal ways. And this was, 2-3 decades ago at most. We do not use thermal approaches now. We use reverse osmosis. This is a disruption in the desalination industry. And it happened because we believe that this is a need for us. We believe that we cannot go forward as we want unless we disrupt the way that the industry works. I believe most of the industries, most of the government agencies and our ministries is thinking in the same way. Disruption, and I second Dr. Ahmed, disruption is a must. It is the way forward. And if we not disrupt, I think we will be disrupted. Thank you, Doctor.
Very good. Thank you very much. To conclude, I've been very close working in the field with many of the organizations represented on the stage today. And I'm a firm believer that with a great vision today in the kingdom, and actually many, if not all, in fact, most of all the government body that we have interacted with, they are leading the way, they are moving things into implementation, they are the one who are using the leverage, their power in setting things in the right move. So we would like to thank you, at least from the side of the academia, of really the aggressive role that you are taking. We are aspiring for things to be, inshallah, much more in the future. I would like to thank you personally for your engagement this morning. For the audience, please join me thanking a great panel for their contribution today. According to the program, I think we have a lunch break. The next session will resume at 1:30. So enjoy your lunch and enjoy the remaining part of the forum. Thank you.
كده فاتح عقبالي. this session. My name is Hadil Suleiman. I'm an undergraduate student and researcher here at KFUPM. Due to unforeseen circumstances, there have been some modifications to the agenda for this session. So, as we proceed with this session, and in the spirit of KFUPM's forward-thinking research strategy, which aims to establish a global presence in scientific and technological innovation, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Atif Zahrani, the Director of Interdisciplinary Research Center for Sustainable Energy Systems, who will present an overview of KFUPM's new research agenda, focusing on energy and industrial leadership. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Atif Zahrani to the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. My name is Atif. I'm Director of a Sustainable Energy System and a Faculty of Material Science and Engineering. I'm honored. It is really my pleasure to introduce the strategy of KFUPM in the energy and interdisciplinary and industrial sectors. Yesterday, we had more than 3 hours to discuss about the strategy, and we barely scratched the surface of the strategy. So the purpose of this presentation is not to decipher the strategy to you, but only to seek maybe feedback and seek more collaboration. This is the essence of the strategy, is to have continuous feedback. So I will go and present 6 different research priorities. So please excuse me for maybe rushing some of the priorities and some of the items here, but I try to cover as much as I can within these 30 minutes. But first I would like to tell a story, and the story is about decarbonization. As a globe, we are witnessing unprecedented greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere, reaching a level that hasn't been witnessed for the past centuries. As a result, there is an increase in the temperature of 1.3 degrees. And I mention 1.3 degrees because if you are familiar with the Paris Agreement, it's between 1.5 and we should limit it below 2. So the question is, how many years left if we continue with the current practices until we reach to that target? And if we are targeting 1.5, we are limited, or we have only 7 years. And if we are targeting, let's say 1.7, then we're talking about something in the 14 years. And finally, if we are targeting the limit, which is 2 degrees, we are talking 20 plus years. Of course, some might panic, but this is not a call for panic. It's a call for action. And among the first who took action is Saudi Arabia, the country. We are committed as a country to reach net zero by 2060, and we to elevate 280 million tons per annum of CO2 equivalent by 2030. The first thing that it comes to my mind, or it comes to everyone's mind when it talks about the decarbonization, is renewables, which is true. It's a big part, a big chunk of it. But to reach to net zero or decarbonization, we have to decarbonize multiple sectors or end users. I'm talking about the buildings, commercials, industrials, and also transportations. So to decarbonize these sectors, we have research priorities, and 6 different research priorities. One is renewables, hydrogen, geo-energy, nuclear, electric vehicle, and crude oil to chemicals. So what did KFUPM do? And I'm sure that you have maybe seen the strategy and Dr. Ali presented today, but I will just walk you through what we have done as community within the campus, within KFUPM, to reach to our strategy. So the strategy started 2020, which is a landmark of transformation. Within the research sector, we transformed in 2020. We looked at the KSA aspiration and future direction, and based on that, we define our own direction. So we defined 12 mega research trends, and we clustered them into 5 different topics. Those are energy, utility and sustainability, industrials and infrastructure, digitization and AI, biotech, business, finance, and economic. The following year, we took it in our shoulder to transform the research and innovation, and in that case, We established 15, and now we have more than 20 interdisciplinary research center, and we emphasize, as Dr. Muhammad said, on the interdisciplinary, because all problems cannot be solved by monodiscipline. And in addition to applied research centers, joint research center, and the 2 consortia that we celebrated this morning. The following year, we focus on the impact, so we focus on the high impact projects. We try to attract the esteemed faculty and recruit and nominate exceptional researcher and cultivate the conducive research environment. Last year, we worked on the strategy and to develop this strategy. And the beauty of this strategy is developed from within by faculties, researchers, and even engineers. Everyone contributed with something to that strategy. So it is from within. That's what makes it unique. It's not something that is proposed by someone. It's not something that is, put on the centers and the people to follow that strategy. So this is the development of the strategy that was done, and we, at the same time, luckily and coincidentally, the Kingdom also announced the 4 national priorities for research, development, and innovation, which aligns well what KFUPM has done for the past year. Sustainability and essential need, energy and industrial, economics of the future, health and wellness. This year, we are celebrating with you. The strategy is already on the website, and to unveil the strategy for the research and development. But most importantly, is not about the strategy itself, it is about the culture of how we do research. So instead of doing the regular trend of research, do research, and we try to push that innovation, patent it, and then commercialize it, no, we start first from the pull itself, from the national global grand challenge and the innovation need, research, and then innovation post patent, and then finally is the commercialization. And along the way, we seek input. And this is why I said that we need to collaborate. They seek input to align with the end user and technology developer, and in the form, of course, in joint ventures and so on. So we cluster them into 4 key focus areas, 18 national priorities, grand challenges, and 82 innovation goals. These are the 4 clusters, and you will be hearing about each one, inshallah ta'ala, during these 2 days. And our focus here is for the energy and industrial leadership with 23 innovation goals and 6 research priorities. Those are the clean and the economic hydrogen, renewable energy, crude oil to chemicals, and geo-energy leadership, EV and EV batteries, and nuclear energy. And we assigned, of course, champion for each one of the research priority. Dr. Zain is leading the clean and economic hydrogen. Dr. Weil is a leader in the crude and the oil conversion. And Dr. Thais is leading the geo-energy leadership. Dr. Afaq is leading the nuclear energy. And me, myself, am privileged to work with my colleagues in leading the renewable energy and electric vehicles and EV batteries. So I will walk you through each one of these research priorities in a nutshell about why and what is it about the strategy in that domain, and maybe a sample of 1 or maximum 2 projects in that research priority. Starting by the clean and the economic hydrogen. We have a grand challenge, and the grand challenge is to produce the hydrogen with $1 per kg. And here is about producing the hydrogen less than 0.5 per kg, and store hydrogen 0.2 kg and distribute it at 0.3 kg. And within these grand challenges, we developed 10 different innovation goals. And those innovation goals is related to develop the in-well hydrogen production process to TRL number 5 by 2026, reduce the cost of electrolyzer stack by 2023 by 50%, improve the cost of hydrogen production from hydrocarbons to below 0.5 kg by 2030, survey 50% of the kingdom geological formation for natural hydrogen sources, develop efficient and sustainable hydrogen storage solution to less than 0.2 kg, identify the geological formation for suitable for large-scale hydrogen storage, optimize the cost of local distribution of hydrogen to less than 0.3 per kg, establish reliable, adaptable, cost-effective hydrogen production system fully powered by renewable energy and sources, and develop anti-corrosion, lightweight materials, high-pressure storage tanks, and synergize the national ecosystem in favor of hydrogen technology development by establishing the Future Hydrogen Consortium. And we are not just talking about and putting these phrases for innovation goal, we are walking the talk. So each one of them, we have different projects. We don't have time to go through the projects. There are projects, and there is a leader from a center and a collaborating center toward achieving each innovation goal, and in a sense, it will achieve the grand challenge, and finally, it will satisfy the KFUPM and the KSA national priority. This is an example of one of the projects. It's about development of green hydrogen materials. And in this case, two different materials have been developed. One is anode material that is already outperforming the costly iridium oxide benchmark. And when it comes to the cathode material, it is difficult to beat the platinum carbon. However, in this case, we have comparable performance compared to the platinum carbon electrode. So in a nutshell, in this project, technical targets in terms of performance and stability have been achieved in the laboratory scale, and we are now in the scaling up of this technology with a technology developer. A notable mention here is the Hydrogen Consortium. And the Hydrogen Consortium, we have a vision and a mission here to accelerate the research and development in the favor of transition to a hydrogen economy with a support from different parties, including Aramco, Majdoui, our product, KFUPM, and others. And in that one, there are different types of focus areas, and it is about the hydrogen economy in this consortium. Just trying to bring the technology developer with the end users, with the researchers as well, with the government entities to enable the hydrogen economy. Next, we have the crude oil to chemical, which is led by Dr. Wael Ahmed. Why do we need to care about the crude oil to chemical? We have three main reasons. And the first reason here is to diversify the national economy away from exporting crude oil. And the second is because of the push of the global energy transition. We are talking about solar energy, electrification, and hydrogen, and decline of demand of fossil fuel. But on the other hand, there is a global demand for petrochemicals here. As you can see from these figures, the petrochemicals will continue to increase, the demand for the petrochemical continue to increase, and that's why we phrase it into a key research priority for us is to make a value or more value of the oil to make petrochemicals, and in this we basically serve the national research priority and national missions. We have grand challenge, we have one innovation goal, and the innovation goal is to develop by 2030 efficient, multifunctional catalyst and technology able to remove 90% of impurity and crack crude oil to above 80% conversion to higher value light olefin and BTX aromatics. So we have different projects, but I will mention just one project related to this innovation goal, which is utilizing red mud. Red mud here is a negative value. It's a waste byproduct from the aluminum industries. So in this case, we are utilizing red mud with some modification to enable the conversion of oil to different high value added petrochemicals. As you can see from the graphs here, but also highlighted here in the points, is that we were able to convert oil or crude oil by using 84.4%, and the ethylene yield decreased to 12.7, but the propylene yield and the butane yield has already increased by 23% and to 15.5% respectively. One notable mention here is the PCRC. This is a landmark in the mission of the research and innovation and the establishment of scaling up technologies here. So we, in the BCRC, we are trying to bridge the gap between the knowledge development and the business development. This is where we have a huge value of depth in these technologies. So in this one, we are trying as a vision is to create an interdisciplinary and transformative research in petroleum conversion and sustainability for petroleum resources. So It has been already established, and soon we'll be working on recruiting and, of course, functioning this PCRC, which will be a value added not only to the kingdom and the KFUPM, but also to the whole region. Next, we have the geo-energy leadership. And the geo-energy leadership is led by Dr. Thais. And in that one, we have grand challenges. And the challenges here is to increase the recovery factor from subsurface reservoir. I'm talking about hydrocarbons and geothermal fluid by 30%, and become the leader in achieving global sustainability target of net zero emission associated with the hydrocarbon production, hydrogen storage, CO2 sequestration, and wastewater recycling and petroleum reservoir. And then these grand challenges, we have innovation goals, and those innovation goals includes the consolidated geophysical methods like oil and gas, geothermal, CO2, and the characterization and monitoring phase by 2030, and develop and produce oil field chemicals in a sustainable manner locally, with a goal of increasing the production potential by 20% and lowering the overall carbon footprint by 50%, and develop hydrogen and CO2 storage capability for safety and economy sequestration of gases. This is one type of the projects, is to survey the geothermal fluid, geothermal potential in different regions within the kingdom itself. Another one is to use waste shell from the shrimp itself, making polymer with some functionalization in order to enhance, emulsify it with water and enhance the oil recovery from fields. In addition to this functionality, also this material or the polymer can act as an anti-corrosion protection layer, which proves its versatility. The geo-energy leadership is capable of doing that because of the support of different fields, because of the CIPR. And the CIPR is the most, basically it's a hub for the most important domains within the field, including data analytics program, geomechanics, colloids and interfacial science, and oil field chemistry, and geophysics, and so on. The nuclear energy is one of the newest centers at the KFUPM, and it seems from the fact that the nuclear energy is indispensable for the future electricity, where we have clean electricity and reaching net zero. In that one, we have a grand challenge again and a mission, and the grand challenge is about building infrastructure, which is building infrastructure, and both in a multi-scale fashion approach and a multi-physics problem. And the focus here on Gen 4. And the Gen 4 is a hypothetical design of the nuclear reactor. And the Gen 4 here is about developing a nuclear reactor that is secure, that is a highly efficient system, that is also safe, inherently safe. In addition to less nuclear waste, versatile, it can co-generate, in addition to be a competitive in terms of price and so on, other things. It's a hypothetical as of now, but this is the target. I'm talking about multi-physics and multi-scale from micro to macro. And when it comes to the multi-physics, it's different physical. I'm talking about thermohydraulic, thermomechanics, and reactor physics. So far, we were able to attract one of the conferences. The first conference in the nuclear energy is called SCOPE. And 95 institutes from 39 different countries have been hosted within KFUPM to promote the nuclear research at KFUPM. Renewables. If you look at the Vision 2030, and you see how much renewable we're gonna install by 2030, it was around 60 gigawatt. This is an old story now. As of now, since the announcement of His Excellency Prince Salman last year, the target now changed. Now we need to install 20 gigawatt every year. So this is a accumulation of 130 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, which is a huge challenge, but we are up to it. But as of now, we have operational 2.8 gigawatt, in progress 21 gigawatt, and the announced is 7.8 gigawatt by 2030, which is good, but it will, of course, add more challenges in terms of the grid and the storage, which will lead us to the grand challenges and the innovation goals. And the grand challenge here is to increase the span of solar and wind technologies by 20%, and to develop long-duration energy storage devices, less than $100 per kilowatt hour, and to reduce the load of loss probability to less than 2% at 50% renewable energy penetration by 2030. So this is just an example of some of the projects here. One is funded by the SADAYA, which is about developing an AI model. And in that AI model is to see and track and detect the defect, a single defect within the solar panel here. And from this one here, with the AI that has been developed here at KFUPM, it is surpassing already the state-of-the-art model. So the current model is achieving 86.7% in terms of the mean average precision, but this model can achieve 95.2% in terms of the mean average precision for a single defect. Another example is for the long duration energy storage. And this one, the target is always to reduce the cost, and most of the cost is coming from the electrolyte or the electroactive materials here. As you can see from this graph here, the x-axis is the concentration. The more concentration, the more energy content in the electrolyte itself. And the y-axis here is the chemical cost. We were able to achieve now, and the cost that is among the lowest cost here, this is our work, and a very high concentration of 4 molar, which is a very promising alternative to the vanadium redox flow battery, which is up there in terms of the cost, in terms of the concentration as well. So it has been already tested. It's very stable for 250 cycles. The tests are ongoing, but there's a 0.1% decay per day, which is a very low decay, so ensuring its safety and longevity. The final mission here is about the EV and the EV batteries. So we are going as a country big in terms of the EV and the EV batteries. Whether it comes in the material itself, development. So this is a startup is pure lithium to extract the lithium from the oil feed brine. In addition to a joint venture between Becan and the European Lithium to refine lithium here at KSA. EV Metal to produce a refining plant for cathode active materials here at Yumbur with the $900 million investment. And finally here is a joint venture between Novonex and Taqa with a 50 or 60-40% joint venture agreement to build the first anode plant in the Middle East. But it's not about all the material and extraction or the material or refining, but also about having the end products here. So you are all aware about the Lucid. We are the majority as a country holder in that Lucid company. In addition to the Sear company, which has been established recently and has been announced by the Crown Prince, His Excellency Prince Mohammed bin Salman. In addition to this one, we also working in, there has been announcements, some policy enforcement to motivate the adaptation of the EV. So by 2030, as has been announced, 30% of the cars in Riyadh will be made and run by electric motor. So we have a grand challenge here, and the grand challenge is about the charger itself to reduce the cost and to make it smart. And the second is about the battery itself to make it heat resistant and to make it have a high energy density, meaning that we have a higher mileage, in addition to have a long cycling ability. So these are the innovation goals. And when we talk about the heat resistance of the temperature, because it's very well known that when you increase the temperature for the batteries, you will end up with a lower cycle life. You might get a jump in terms of the performance, but of course you will end up with a lower cycle life. But this is not the all problems. I mean, the bigger problem is about the safety. And as you can see from this graph here, that the starting of degradation because of the temperature, it starts at a very low temperature. We're talking about 80 to 90 degrees. So once you reach to that level, you start to decompose or eat some of the material within the battery itself, which can lead to some drastic and some fire ignition within the battery itself. So we are focusing on two aspects here. One is extrinsic, so basically having a thermal management system using BCM material or a different design. And the other one is a solid state batteries. This is intrinsic because the battery concept here is a very safe battery, because we are replacing that liquidy stuff that is susceptible to fire and degradation with some solid concept. And the solid concept here is using, for example, halide and composite artificial layer to protect the anode and cathode, sulfur-based to go away from the cathode materials, and new anode material like silicon and the anode free. This is just an example of the previous project that we are building on. It is using the sulfur as a cathode material, which is abundant, is a byproduct from the oil and gas, and use it for the solid state-based concept, achieving a very good performance, but can be, of course, improved. So to enable these two, renewable energy and electric vehicle, we have a team in collaboration with different centers. We have a state-of-the-art facility in the whole MENA region when it comes to the energy storage. We have an energy conversion laboratory and the smart grid and management laboratory, in addition to the thermal management and cooling, and finally for the policy and making a simulation lab as well. And finally is about having outdoor innovation hub. With that, I really thank you very much. I'll be happy to receive any question and looking forward to work with all of you. Someone, okay.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Atif. Thank you very much for very insightful perspectives on the research agenda of the university. This is Walid al-Somali. I'm an advisor at the Ministry of Investment. And my question is, maybe I missed that at the beginning of the day. I was out of the country, so I came a little bit late this morning. The blue economy has a great potential when it comes to investment opportunities, innovation opportunities, research opportunities as well. The UNCTAD suggests that the blue economy has between $3 to $6 trillion of opportunity. Where is the blue economy research and innovation when it comes to marine biotechnology, marine renewable energy, and within the research agenda of KFUPM? KFUPM is blessed to be on the Arabian Gulf, so I think the university has a very outstanding opportunity to engage when it comes to the blue economy, similar to the green economy, and now the orange economy as well, the creative economy as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Atif.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walid. Jazakallah khair. So I hope that you bear with us, and because we'll have 3 more sessions, and one of the sessions is talking about the marine and talking about the other aspects of the research. So, so this is the first of the energy and industrial, focusing on that one. But the other aspect when it comes to the sustainability and the marine and the other type of blue economy will come next, inshallah ta'ala, for the research agenda. Okay? I don't want to spoil it, so we'll have it, inshallah ta'ala, and we'll talk about it. I'll leave the other coordinator to talk about it. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Walid. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you very much.
Now, moving on to our next speaker, Professor Born Schuler, the head of health informatics at the Technical University of Munich and a professor of artificial intelligence at Imperial College London. As a leading voice in digital healthcare, Professor Schuler will share insights on the future of digital health and what we can expect in the coming years. Please join me in welcoming Professor Schuler to the stage.
Thank you very much for having me today and taking the time to share with me insights on topic D, as we learned today, digital health or health and well-being. In fact, this talk will be about also well-being and not only health, and digital already indicates we will also follow this morning's paradigm of interdisciplinarity. I myself am having a chair at Imperial College London, currently ranked the second best university in the world according to QS ranking, in the Department of Computing on Artificial Intelligence, and a second chair at TUM, currently ranked the EU's, the European Union's best university in the clinical department, so in the Faculty of Medicine. And clearly this is a very interdisciplinary topic, in particular when you look at the intersection of artificial intelligence and health. But if you think about artificial intelligence and medicine, maybe I could ask you to just ask yourself for a second, what comes to mind? What do you think of if you think about where does AI actually meet medicine? And what people would usually think about it is image processing. In fact, roughly 3/4 of the data that is being processed with AI is image data. And here you can see some examples from our research detecting skin cancer in RGB images, or below for a medical robot during minimal invasive surgery, detecting things during the operation to steer the device inside the body. There is a lot of other data, and some of which could be more on your mind: electrodiagnosis, genetic diagnosis, clinical lab data, mass screening, and others. But as we have also heard this morning, a major agenda here is to reduce the number of diseases spread and to prolong life by 5 years, I heard this morning. And that means largely going into other ways of working on these topics, because this usually happens when it's kind of too late. You're already in the hospital, you're already sick, you're already seeking help. So what can we do to prevent matters? What can we do to be even earlier on? And this is some other kind of data that I want to guide you through in this talk. And it means that we will go with you, that we will be with you with the artificial intelligence throughout your everyday life. And for that, we have a lot of different devices at hand, maybe some wearables, maybe some of you have a smartwatch already, which could recognize a cardiac attack risk. Maybe in the future more and more smart glasses, and of course all of you are having this mobile phone already with them. And this means that we can use the data, extract some information from it, use some machine learning algorithms these days. That's usually neural networks, deep learning, as long as we can deploy such models on your smart devices. And then we can do a lot of things, which you can see on the right-hand side. We can do a diagnosis, so we can see if something is wrong. But we can also do monitoring, and earlier on maybe see how things are changing. We can do screening and maybe release you earlier on from hospital and have this device look after you, and you don't have to be hospitalized for so long. In the future, maybe also more and more treatment. So AI and treatment sounds a little bit weird. It's not a pill, it's not surgery unless you have a surgery robot. But of course it can also help with intervention, and we will see a little bit about that at the end of this talk. It can also help in prevention, as we can already trace early warning signs, and of course help to encourage self-management. So how does this look like in terms of sensors? I put here opportunities to place sensors. Some sound already normal, like manual. You have already the phone and, as said, the watch there. You could also have some smart jewelry or things like that. In the thoracic area, we know from sports, breast belts. Maybe you wouldn't want to wear this in everyday setting. Abdominal could include ingestible sensors, so you're swallowing a smart device, which will at some point be digested, but in the meantime sends data from within the body. Then we have pedal, maybe smart shoes and things like that, but also in the head region, we have a lot of opportunity. We have hearables, which have already heart rate sensors, movement sensors, and the likes. But we will also be seeing EEG sensors, so looking kind of inside the brain during your everyday experience. What I can tell you from my experience working in this field is that usually people do not want to connect even more things. They do not want to charge even more things. So anything that is more effort in the morning or in the evening is something you don't want to have. which is why usually we try to go as much as possible with what you already have. These days, it's mostly the phone, and we're starting more and more to use the watch. And even in terms of software, you don't want to install more software. During the COVID pandemic, we had all these COVID tracing apps. People hated them. They were drying their batteries, and where you have another thing to update and so on. So oftentimes what we try to do is simply use things that we already have, like WhatsApp or some messenger service, and you can communicate with an AI, transmit data under your full control. That is another opportunity rather than going crazy in terms of sensors that you attach to the whole body. If we can, however, use more sensors, and that's maybe in special cases like after hospitalization when we release you earlier home, we have all these sorts of opportunities to connect a lot of extra sensors. And I wanted to guide you through some of the diseases we are looking into to give you an impression how much we could help. This is a world prevalence estimate, so please take this with a grain of salt. But you can see just in my lab, we're working on all of these things, from neurodevelopmental disorders like Fragile X, Rett syndrome, autism, to the other H end of the scale, neurodegenerative disorders like Parkinson's or dementia, autism, to all sorts of psychological disorders like bipolar disorders or depression, and then breathing disorders, COVID-19, asthma, loads of things, even somatization disorder or osteoarthritis. The main point is maybe that if you sum up these prevalence estimates, you could at least help every fourth, if not every third citizen on Earth, if all of this was in place and if all of this functioned sufficiently well. So the potential is huge. We could help many, if not any, people in the world at any time with very low-cost access sometimes, because if you think about it, a GP on average has 7 minutes for you. In some countries like Northern Europe, this could be up to 28 minutes. In some countries, it could be a few seconds almost only. So why not have the AI be with you if your GP can't? And now I come to some of the different sensing modalities that you usually wouldn't expect, or different ways of using them. As said, if you think about it, it's mostly about imaging, right? But the symbol of the doctor, since ever almost, is the stethoscope, at least one of the symbols. And the stethoscope is all about hearing. So why not hear or listen with AI about your health state? Of course, you can think about that if you talk to your psychiatrist, you're also describing what are your problems to your normal GP, to your general practitioner, but you're also listening with the stethoscope on different parts of the body. And that's what we have on mind with AI. We're already listening successfully to heart sounds with cardiophonography, recognizing early on warning signs, also joint sounds and bowel sounds of your digestion, lung sounds, I mentioned asthma, for example, also snore sounds, and then, yes, of course, also speech. And I give you one example to guide you through these different modalities, as the topic here is also well-being, and as it is an uprising issue, it's depression. It was an uprising issue particularly during and after COVID-19. And in Germany at home, for example, we do not have enough psychological support anymore for the youth, which is showing increasing warning signs and uprising depression. So what can you do with the voice or with audio? You can listen to the sound of the voice. Here, for example, we have a big study we had with 25 partners across Europe, and you see results from UK, Netherlands, and Spain in different features, and anything that's off the red line in the middle means that it indicated a significant sign of depression. So for example, your prosody, how fast are you talking? If you're talking more slowly, more lowly, less loudly, maybe you're having warning signs of depression. We can use these features with AI and recognize depression, and we can combine it with what you're saying. So what you're seeing on the right-hand side is clusters of words or topics you're talking about. We can use large language models, recognize your speech, recognize what you're talking about, and the red ones to the lower ones, upper ones to lower ones are very warning signs to low risk of depression at this moment. And you can see some make a lot of sense. For example, hearing that somebody has no expectation is talking about their sleep a lot, has mental therapy. Some are maybe funny, haircut, but why is haircut a depression warning sign? Because many people tend to desired changes in their life in such cases. So we can hear to how you sound, what you're saying to recognize your depression, and this is all not just a dream, it's a reality. With the University of Tokyo, we have been able to put this into real-life use case with many participants that self-reported an inventory, the DEMS inventory, and then the AI was able during many times of the day to reconstruct their so-called EMA, their ecological momentary assessment. In other words, they have been asked several times a day how they feel. Later on, the AI recognizes by itself how they feel at a concordance correlation coefficient in the same region as the disagreement between psychiatrists or professionals would be. That's also the bottleneck, by the way. As of now, we can only learn from humans in these subjective ground truths, meaning that the learning target is given by psychologists, by psychiatrists. The AI cannot yet be better unless it looks inside the brain and really sees what is going on. It can only reconstruct the professional opinion. Next up is video, and I said imaging is the usual thing you would expect when it comes to AI and medicine. So I wanted to show you whole different ways of using it, and that is looking at the face. So when would you look at the face? Of course, you have, again, the phone on mind. The phone has a microphone. It can hear me even in my pocket. But if I look at it, it can also see my facial expression, for example. So again, we can see things like pain. We can see like things like sleepiness or, again, depression. Here I'm showing you a result of a study with facial expression recognition, and we're running competitions for the AI community since more than a decade by now. And we have a mean absolute error of roughly 5 points on a scale or an inventory of 64 points. That means we're on average 5 points off on a 64-point scale, and to set it into relation again, this is pretty much what different experts would have as a disagreement amongst each other. So again, we can grasp your depression severity fairly well already from the facial expression. What we also have is other behavioral cues. Here, for example, we're currently organizing a challenge for micro gestures. Maybe you've heard of facial micro-expressions before. We did that before. These are short moments where you do not control your face for a few milliseconds, and we can grasp those. Here we're going into micro-gestures like rubbing your forehead, scratching, whatever, frowning, things, shrugging your shoulders and things like that. Again, as signs that we can take as behavioral markers of well-being or not so well-being. So for that, AI can track your skeleton. It can also look at your body posture, at your gait, and many other things if the camera field of view is large enough. Now, so good for audio and video. The modalities that we also have at our disposal, we can see each other and listen to each other. What about things that the human doesn't have usual access to? That's physiology. We do have touch, maybe, but we do not have things like heart rate measurement or skin conductance measurement. In many studies, we could already show that these are quite useful. Accelerometers already, are you moving? How much are you moving? But there is some things that go even beyond that, and I wanted to mention EEG as an example here. It could repeatedly be shown that EEG is quite useful in recognizing, for example, again, emotion. We can also use EEG, of course, to control devices. My colleague at Imperial, Stefanos Zaferio, for example, already recognizes more than 1,000-word vocabularies with a trained speaker or person, thinker, if you wish. What I'm showing you here is recognizing 3 states of emotion in the so-called valence dimension, meaning negative to positive, and we have an EEG here with 64 channels. 64 channels is a lot. It means you have to position it quite correctly. In the worst of cases, it's wet EEG, meaning that you have to put some thing on your head, some wet liquid sensor material, and have to position it right. That doesn't sound what you want to do in your everyday life. As said, usability matters a lot. People do not want to have more things to charge, more things to put on. So what can we do in order to reduce the complexity? And we were looking with our partners in Beijing into 3 lead-only devices. 3-lead only devices means 3 channels. This is already commercially being exploited in devices like the Muse device, if you should happen to know it, which is used in a more funny way for meditation purposes. But we could reconstruct with a small main board and 3 leads without wet contact, with dry contact, and without exact positioning most of the results we could have with the 64 leads. So in other words, we're turning maybe into the base cap or into the hat you're putting on, and here you're also wearing things on the head already that could, literally follow your well-being from EEG data. Now, what can we do if we don't want to have extra devices? I already said audio and video is being captured by the phone, but the phone has much more on offer in a much more subtle way. And again, I use depression as an example. The field of digital phenotyping has you exploit all kinds of data that you're having on your phone, such as phone call data. Depending on the privacy level, it could go as far as who you're calling, but if you're not using that, it could be phoning frequency, total call duration, and things like that. Then you have user activity data, lock screen duration, number of used apps, sleep time, and so on. And GPS as another example. Again, if you're not disclosing full GPS data, you can still look at location variance, location entropy, time at home, time at other places, and so on. We use this data to predict, again, depression, this time on another scale, not BDI, but PHQ-9, also very popular in psychology. It has 28 points, reaching from minimal to severe depression, and on those we are on average off by 4 points. And again, this would be pretty much the range of disagreement between experts. The interesting thing is that we're not only off by roughly 4 points for now or today, but also in predicting 1 week ahead. So from this data, we could also quite well predict when will you be more depressed, or to which degree will you be depressed 1 week from now. So of course, we looked also at different intervals. I only picked 1 week, but what the message is that you can also use this to predict a little bit. And the phone has many more sensors I didn't use in this study. We have the UV sensor, so are you exposed to sunlight? Are you mostly at home? The NFC sensor, the near field communication chip, which tells you are you supposed to other people or are you alone? So lots of information that is actually quite useful in estimating your depression severity. That is still using your devices, but what if you do not have anything with you and you're not even having a device at all? Of course, you could be calling even from a cell phone, from a phone booth or something like this, a service which is using audio and listens to what you have to say and how you say it. Of course, you could use a similar service including a camera feed with WhatsApp or something. But even if you're not using anything yourself, what about IoT, Internet of Things? There's a lot of microphones around us in this room. There's got to be hundreds of microphones. There's, of course, cameras around us with CCTV, so privacy set aside. What can be done if you would want it? And we were wondering what you can do from home appliances. We use in an elderly caretaking facility 2 very simple devices attached to the fridge that sees when you're opening and closing it, and one to the TV that senses when you're using it. And from that, we could infer how much unwell-being was present in the sense of a combination of sleep deprivation, pain, and eating disorder. So we had some introduced scale of well-being, and it was significantly above chance level. As you can see, some 63%, 50% is chance level to do this right. That isn't much maybe, but it is a lot, I would say, if you argue that this is basically just looking at your fridge and at your TV. And what I can tell you from working with a company that does power line analysis is that from the main power line going into your apartment or into your house, you can very nicely decompose what you're using at this very moment. Your power usage pattern tells a lot about, are you using the oven, are you using the dishwasher, the washing machine, and so on. If you think about that, that's a single capacitive sensor that I attach to your main power line that goes into your household. We can tell a lot about what's going on with a lot of medical relevancy. So IoT, of course, has lots more, as I said, on offer. It can also see heating patterns and things like that. It can also have cameras, phones, microphones, and so on. Now, just a few quick comments on the technology behind. As you've seen, we are using pretty much anything we can that we think can reasonably give us insight into the health state. And what does that require? In the past, it would have required a room at least like this of experts, some working on audio, some working on video and whatnots. But AI has changed massively. And I want to make a short detour into what it looks like at this moment. It looks like this big black box, which is a deep neural network mostly. And what we showed in 2016 for audio has been shown already before for video is that we can self-learn what in the signal matters. So what in the signal is the information carrying thing about your health state. We do not have to think any longer as experts. Is it in the pitch? Is it in the tempo of the speech? Is it in these or those action units in the face? It can all be learned from the data. But we still had to tell which neural network to use to do so. In the meanwhile, automatic machine learning has arrived, and automatic machine learning includes algorithms like neural architecture search. In other words, it can self-shape the best AI, if you wish, the best neural network, to then learn what to listen to learn what to look at in the data, and then come up with a diagnosis. In other words, practically speaking, as long as I have enough data with labels about a health state, of course it could be also about other things, I can have an AI that self-shapes the best neural network that then learns to do it the best way it could. So I don't have to be a particular AI expert and let alone signal domain expert any longer. What is even more is another disruption, and that's the large model disruption we all know from ChatGPT and other large language models. And this is maybe the age where we don't even need data any longer. What do I mean by we don't need data? Of course, all the data of the internet almost goes into this model, but once it is trained, we can use it for purposes that we didn't have in mind when we were training it. If you're not too deeply into large models, what they do is basically they predict the next word in a sentence or in an audio sample, maybe the next audio sample, or they are masking some words in a sentence and try to guess which ones are missing. This way they learn about language. This way they learn about audio when they do the same with audio. This way they learn about images when they mask some part in the image and try to guess what is missing. And if you do this with all the internet's data, you arrive at models like ChatGPT. The only thing that is then missing is a little bit of so-called reinforcement learning on top. Did we do it right or not when we're, for example, interacting with users? Or in the case of vision transformers, the model behind vision large models, you would have a little bit of supervised model on top. Why am I telling you this? Because we were wondering if these models can help emergently with health problems. Can they solve health problems? So we were asking them, remaining with depression, if somebody sends a tweet like this or that, is she or he at risk of suicide? Long story short, these models can do it. They were not trained to recognize suicide, but because they learned so much about language, they could recognize suicidal risk in data, and they could recognize it as good as our best models. We have since repeated this exercise with audio, with video, and we're getting a lot of emergent ability in the medical domain, so we're quite confident that we can solve many more things in the future than we could so far. Which leaves us to do the best possible fusion of all these different models, of all these different information sources, together with large models and our data train models from conventional approaches to get the best results. So what is next then? I told you that we can do a lot from all the data around you or in your pocket, and we can do the learning mostly automatically. We can even exploit large models and do not even learn ourselves any longer. And there's a lot of challenges which are not too typical to the field of health and medicine. They are typical to AI in particular. That includes a lot of efficiency problems. The large models, as the name has it, are too large to have them privately in your pocket, so we need to make them smaller. There's a lot of privacy and ethical issues included. Explainability is a big one. The large models these days help us to also provide personalized, verbalized explanations, not only for an expert, a picture showing what the neural network does, but really a personalized explanation that is very important for the patients. We have energy efficiency and other problems more, and we also have a lot of new chances with Gen AI. So far I talked about analysis, but in the sense of generation, of course, again, in image generation, you can make image analysis much easier by generating images that highlight things, that replace missing frames. I wanted to, again, to show you another example of Gen AI, and that's the psychiatrist of the future. On the top left corner, you see an existing AI that is conducting psychological interviews. That was with colleagues from USC, and we have run the first ever AI-driven psychological interview challenge a few years ago based on this AI. It was interviewing Iraq war returnees, and it showed that they are more open when talking to an AI than when talking to humans because they don't feel judged by the AI so much. Here you can see, as an example of what Gen AI can already do, the output of asking it to render a virtual therapist in different facial expressions, and in fact, even running somebody through interviews, through medical assessment tests can already be done emergently. What you can also do with these is have an empathic, we've already heard in Akash's talk, empathy and AI. You can have an empathic AI dialogue put together with this empathic therapist, for example. This is a software piece from my company, and thanks to the large models, it's available in all sorts of languages around the world. Kind of out of the box. We didn't even have to do that because it's in the large models. As I didn't speak Arabic, sorry, it says, please repeat, and I didn't understand, I think, something like that. But if you talk to it, and you can do so even in Arabic online, you can see that it reacts to your emotions, it reacts empathetically, and your virtual therapist could talk to you in an empathetic way about your problems. With all that, in particular, as I mentioned, we want to move outside of diagnosis and monitoring into prevention, finding early warning signs. We want to move into intervention. So not only saying something's wrong, but also guiding you through a therapeutic interviews, through an intervention, or through a medical recommendation. For that, we have been doing first test runs with Gen AI, where you had your EEG, for example, a cap on, and it had a reinforcement learning to generate music that would calm you down, decrease your anxiety degree, with a very significant effect that this actually works. It's just one example of the many you could think of. Of course, it can also be a verbalized session, and it can be many more things to come. So with that, we've seen AI, Gen AI, and foundation models in digital health as the new opportunity, as the new enabling technology. We imagine holistic monitoring and analysis 24/7, so your AI is with you. It senses things early on in a multimodal way, exploiting all sorts of data, not only image data in the hospital, but already throughout the day from all sorts of sources. What we need to work on is increased security and trustworthiness, usability, and personalization. If you think of it, the smartphone knows you probably better than anyone else. It's always with you and has access to all sorts of data, but we're not exploiting this for personalization as much as we could yet, so there's a lot of untapped potential in this. We want to have much more interoperability in the future between different approaches. Portable diagnostics, as I mentioned, the hospital at home, coming not only into earlier release to home, but even hospitalization partially at home. And yeah, digital solutions wrapped around the pills, so you're not only getting a medicamentation, but maybe the suiting app or suiting accompaniment from WhatsApp, chatting with your GP, your virtual GP, or things like. With that, shukran, thank you very much again for having me today and for listening.
Bjorn, thank you very much. This is Fala. I'm a clinician actually, but also I'm very much interested in innovations. You know, what you addressed today is very much touching our need here, at least. You know, mental health is one of the global challenge. And in our nations here in Saudi, it's one of the top actually priority and challenge, which is still not investigated further to see how can we improve the situations. Artificial intelligence now addressing a lot of issue. Deep brain stimulation is becoming very much now AI based, which is showing excellent result in Parkinson's patient and also depressions, which is very much new, and we are actually very much interested to explore this further and further. My questions to you, how did you, of course, I believe this project, what we mentioned now, very much it's a partnership-based and maybe collaborative-based project. Our focus here now that we are working now with is brain hemodynamic monitoring. In Saudi, one of the big challenge that, the heat stroke during Hajj time. And we're trying now to develop like helmet that can monitor the brain, intracranial pressures, flow, even the temperatures. So have you done anything in this area, first of all? Number two, how do you find AI-based or AI technology practice in clinical practice? How far is the European Union, maybe regulations, when it's come to this for ethical practice? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very exciting topic. We haven't worked on it, but I can easily see, lots of ideas come to mind. How you could use reinforcement learning, the EEG solutions that I've talked about to help in this matter, and it sounds really exciting. The EU AI Act is luckily not putting too much pressure on medical AI usage. What it does, however, is emotion and AI. So when I talked about depression, we already have the forbidden situation to have emotion monitoring during workplace and in schools. So if you think about such solutions that monitor your depression level, you would have to be careful how you put this and that it's okay to do it, say, at workplace or in schools. And of course, we have a lot of biometrical data regulation. So what we're using here, let alone from IoT, would heavily fall under regulation, which we still have to see in practice how this will go. Thank you. Sorry, I can't understand without microphone.
Here? Yes. Professor Schiller, it's a quick question.
Yes.
Two brief questions. Thank you very much for an outstanding perspectives. Two brief questions, maybe they are interrelated. First, as you've been explaining in the presentation, it looks like the gap is getting wider and wider between global north and south when it comes to deployment of AI technologies. And this is very scary. The long term, global south will find itself lagging behind all of these fascinating development in science. What can be done in order to help building capacity at global south to reach the level that global north managed to achieve? You mentioned partnerships with Japan, with advanced countries, none of them in the global south. The other question is deployment of AI in psychology. Let me just briefly share with you the case against a wide deployment of AI in clinical practices when it comes to psychotherapy. First, there is the issue of privacy and ethical concerns. I don't know to what extent this will violate the patient's right for privacy and ethics perspective. Over-reliance of technology when doing psychotherapy has its protocol and standards, and that might very much impact the validity and the effectiveness of a psychotherapy treatment for patients. And the third one is bias. Technology might represent a bias toward using certain modalities other than using empathy, which is the cornerstone of psychotherapy and psychology. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. The gap between North and South, of course, is a difficult one, in particular from the academic perspective. We're having programs to make sure we have also education from ACM, IEEE. We have these distinguished speaker programs. We have a lot of exchange going on. Luckily, at this moment, loads of things are still accessible openly and can be accessed. But of course, in the future, where this wouldn't be the case any longer, the gap would be much more severe. And this is something maybe we have to protect. And again, probably it's the academic side that can keep it up and make sure we have a lot of open access, open source code, and exchange coming also from the research interchange. The psychology data is, of course, falling heavily under privacy issues because you're opening your heart, you're talking about very private things, which makes it particularly difficult to exchange it across sites. Me working at Imperial and at TUM, for example, is totally prohibitive to exchange the data between my teams. One is in the EU, one is not. So that's a major bottleneck. We have to think a lot about smart anonymization, data blinding, and things like that to be able to exchange models, at least safely. But that's, I think, the major technical issue we have here to make sure we can still exchange models and data in some form that it is safe. As to fairness, yes, fairness is a very important topic on many levels. I think this morning we already heard from Cash, fairness on the population level, cultural background and things like that. That's very heavily impacting things like psychology, and because different cultures have very different emotion, portrayal behaviors, and cultural role plays a huge factor. So we're heavily occupied with making it fair across different ethnicities, cultures, languages, user groups. But you also mentioned modalities, and that's very interesting. Probably because people have different modalities as preferences, or some are not always available. We have to cope with the challenge of synergy and having enough information available. As an example, from the tone of my voice, you will hear how aroused I am, but you will not so well hear my valence, meaning if I'm negative or positive in my emotion. You will see this much better from my face. So I have to think about smart ways. If the facial information is not available, can I use at least the words? What else could I be using to complete the image that I'm getting? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Schuler, for the insightful presentation. It's actually fascinating to see where the future of digital health is taking us, and it has opened our eyes to the possibilities that it has to yet bring. Moving on to our next speaker, Mr. Ujal Mokherjee, an accomplished innovator and the Chief Technology Officer at Loomis Technology. Bringing decades of expertise in integrating technology with applied research, today he will explore how we can strike the right balance between generating a new knowledge and integrating it effectively in real-world contexts. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ujal Mokherjee to the stage.
Thank you very much. Real pleasure to come to this wonderful university. And thank you, Professor Scholler, because what you have essentially made us become are hypochondriacs. Because with so much information, you never know who's watching you and which disease is popping up somewhere in your body. Great, great presentation, by the way. So thank you. So this presentation is about mostly for the younger population in this audience. What I can impart to you is pretty much a career spent in getting concepts from the lab all the way to commercialization. Unless we can sculpt like Michelangelo or paint like Rembrandt, for most of us in engineering and the science field, the greatest joy is seeing a nascent idea somewhere in the brain converted into something that benefits society, creates lots of jobs. And when you see this structure, or be it a road or bridge or a petrochemical complex, that you had some part in being a originator of that idea, it gives you more joy than almost anything else in your life. So what do? We look at, when you are starting out as a researcher today, there's tremendous amount of data available all around us. So please attack things that are big, relatively big, Direct air capture was one big idea. Directly converting methane to hydrogen and carbon, extremely challenging because you're trying to break the most difficult bond there is. Converting crude to chemicals from a molecular structure, you're going from C1 to millions of carbon numbers, and you're trying to get 90% of it to valuable products and not creating more CO2 in the process. Think of what has happened before you, all your colleagues, different departments that have been working on the same problem. How can you leverage what has come before you in accelerating what you want to be doing? Because you have, in this university, you have maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and then you go on. If you're continuing as a postdoc or a very noble profession, as a professor, then you have a whole lot of students that you're imparting the knowledge, but you have very little time to commercialize unless you have this support system that pushes it along. And KFUPM should be cultivating all these clusters where the ideas coming from here are seeing light of day. So that is very, very important. The other thing is, once you've found an idea that you think is very unique, please do a intense research to see if someone else, whether it's in China, India, North America, doesn't matter where, they might have already got that intellectual property. So be very careful that you're not too late in the game. If it is something really precious, protect it. Realistic time to market. This is very important because sometimes we have an idea. Just think of it, 2050. If I look at 2050, it's just about 4 project cycles away. Each project takes between 5 to 8 years from the start of an engineering. So 2050 is not that far away. 2070 is not that far away. Think of all the major export refineries that started in the kingdom. How long back were they? So in that respect, you have to think of commercializing things, even if they are not perfect, as fast as possible so that you can get a competitive edge in the marketplace. How much R&D dollars? Most places, even as rich as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, cannot do it alone. You have to have collaborations across the world. Lots of places where there's parallel research going on. Try to collaborate so that your own R&D dollars are utilized to the best possible. So I'm just starting with some of the things that, as a student, you look at. You look at the basic chemistry, simple, but once you come to a product, please do the rigorous evaluation of how do I actually recover the product from the system. How do I distill off the valuables from the last remaining stuff? Do I need refrigeration? Do I need crystallization? Do I need extractive distillation? Some of these are ignored, especially in the chemicals and fine chemicals area, and then the process becomes completely non-feasible. So one of the first things that you do is put together a process flow diagram of your concept, starting from the reaction chemistry reactor all the way to the final recovery, and see which area needs piloting. This is the critical thing. And if someone else has done it before, look at papers, again, worldwide, and this is where AI can certainly help you, because it scans much faster than humans can, and then it pops up the results very quickly. So that bit is very, very important. It's cross-functional. Even when we have figured out the pathway, the reaction chemistry, the pathway to get to the product, one of the things we forget is what type of metallurgy, what type of material is needed. Do I need refractory walled reactors or it can be a hot wall reactor? What kind of safety devices are needed? Within the pressures and temperatures, what kind of catalyst systems will survive? Is it a heterogeneous catalyst system, a homogeneous catalyst system? What type of reactors? Does anyone fabricate those reactors? Many projects have died because worldwide we could not find a reactor that was feasible or economical to fabricate. So work backwards almost, saying that, okay, these are feasible, this is the area that I need my mechanical engineers, my electrical engineers to work together to see if it's feasible. One very successful program, and I want to discuss this because it captured some of what I'm saying, was the collaboration between Aramco, Chevron Lummus Global, and Lummus in a crude to chemicals technology. Here, the problem was well defined, that I have to convert the maximum amount percentage of crude to chemicals in minimum capex and minimum opex and the lowest possible CO2 emission. So once you have defined the problem, we then, it's not going forward. Stuck. Okay. So once we had defined the problem, we said, okay, crude, most people know how to deal with, let's say, the lighter portions. It's very well defined from a molecular basis. But when you go to that last bit where the asphaltenes are extremely high molecular weight material in the last bit of crude oil, any crude oil. It doesn't matter whether it's Permian or it's Arab Light. Look at those molecules. To date, no two molecules have been found to be the same. And yet, from those molecules, I have to dispose of the least amount and convert it to material that can go to make olefins, which means that you're making the very low carbon numbers from extremely condensed structures. So then you need special types of reactors. There's the reactor. Why do you need special types of reactors? Because now, unlike a refinery, you no longer have the luxury of shutting down every 2-3 years for catalyst replacement. It has to run continuously. So then you need special reactor system with special mechanisms for catalyst addition and withdrawal so that the petrochemical complex, which is running for 5, 6, 7 years, can be fed. Then look at what is available within the system. Aramco had spent a lot of money in coming up with a separation device which would replace the crude tower, initial crude tower. What we then said is that in a refinery, a lot of energy is spent uselessly in trying to separate out fractions which then need to be processed and cracked. Can we do that using something better than steam? Steam has a molecular weight of 18. Hydrogen has a molecular weight of 2. So for the same space, hydrogen depresses the partial pressure of hydrocarbons far, far better. So it used that hot hydrogen for stripping, and then someone will say, okay, where have you used hot hydrogen in the past? Then we looked at our industry and said, okay, hot hydrogen has been used in multiple places under non-ideal situations. So this is an ideal system to get that out. Catalyst systems. Catalyst systems have to last 5 years plus. How do you do that when most fixed beds die in a few years? Protected by separation devices and not letting those molecules get to the fixed bed systems. All in all, it took about 2 years of intense research in Richmond, in Pasadena, Texas, in the Kingdom, and finally, we were able to commercialize a process which will see light of day with the first unit in 2026. Fantastic achievement from a team of probably around 30 to 40 people working together in different parts of the world. But it feels good because now when I go to South Korea, you can see the massive cracker and the crude conditioning section. So much so that once that gets on, there are other people looking at it. So all that research in molecular chemistry, in catalysis, that's a very unique catalyst, that one that looks like a sponge, and characterization. But that is not all, because now you know that people will chase you for better processes. So this program has to continue so that anything that you made, let's say that when you convert the heaviest molecule to the lightest material, there'll always be some amount of methane. It's one of those things that you can't avoid. How do I convert that methane back into useful products? So that's where the oxidative coupling of methane comes in, which then converts the methane back to olefins. So all those things went along and are being developed further. So conceptually, we had to first put together, okay, conceptually, what does it look like? Fixed bed, slurry bed, ablated bed, and steam cracker. And what does the steam cracker do? It has got fantastic, it's one of the biggest emitters of CO2, but it also has a lot of refrigeration, which is rarely used inside a refining environment. Why can't I use some of the cool? Some of the heat from the crackers can be used in the refining environment. Lastly, so this is what it looks like, but let's go to this. As we are approaching this for the future, let's say the first plant coming out in 2026, but then there'll be enormous pressure from Europe, the world, to reduce the CO2 from the cracker. So one of the things that we are working on now is a net zero cracker. That means zero CO2 when you're making olefins. How do I do that? Part electrification, part air preheat, part change of drivers for compressors. And why are these important? Because these can be applied today. You don't need to wait 4, 5, 6 years to get the results of it, so that you can convert crude to chemicals while reducing the CO2 footprint dramatically. The other part of it, which is extremely important, is that we don't want anything to go to landfill. Any metals that is there inside the spent catalyst system, you reclaim the metals, the nickel, the vanadium, the molybdenum, and recycle it back to your catalyst manufacturers so that there is nothing going to landfill other than some silica alumina. So this is part of the challenge as well as the opportunity for chemical engineers, chemists, mechanical engineers. Next big problem that we're trying to solve is SAF. I was in Europe last week. Everyone is talking about SAF and putting out specs, but how do I get there? What is the volume? How do I solve the volume problem? Because the only two ways to do it, one is on the C1 chemistry and one is on the C2. Already from the ethanol, you can go ethanol to ethylene, you can go to dimerization, you can dimerize, then you can go to oligomerization, and then make the final hydrogenation to make SAF. That's, we have multiple projects. Ethanol is available in large quantities in places such as Brazil, which will be the first place to monetize this technology. But what about C1? Then a lot of people are working on this area. The biggest challenge is how to get the price down, because otherwise the SAF is going to cost about 3 to 4 times as much as fossil fuel-based jet fuel, and ultimately there will be a backlash from the population to use that kind of high-priced SAF. So that's a big area. I hope in KFUPM you're working on it, because this is something that the world is working on, and it'll be a fantastic project for you. This one is a pet project which is in waste plastic recycle. Currently, look at that, it's a very miserable amount. There's a tremendous amount of waste plastic around the world, but very, very little of it is actually recycled in the part of the circular program. We have the technology, but most of it works for polyethylene, polypropylene, little amounts of PVC. The rest of it, like polystyrene, most of it goes into incineration, because once you get polystyrene and you pyrolyze it, all you'll get is styrene, ethylbenzene, mostly aromatics, which can't be fed to a cracker, so the circularity is disturbed. But there are some very interesting routes. You can make some fine chemicals, you can make some cosmetics, you can make some medicinal properties, but you need extreme cleaning. But this is something that is very worthwhile looking at. We have a process already in place, a pretty large plant, up to about 420 tons per day of waste plastics, converted into cracker feed or transportation fuels. There's one company in the world that is taking the whole amount of unsorted plastic and it is converting it into aggregates. There's only one company, and they make a product called Resin 8 in Costa Rica. And they have more customers than they can supply. That's the only unsorted plastic system that I know. The rest of it, unless you pyrolyze it, you cannot get the liquids back for circularity. And if you pyrolyze it, as I said, there'll be a lot of aromatics, chlorides, and other material. Renewables, we talk a lot about renewables. 1 barrel of oil from soybean takes about an acre, 1 acre of land. And palm oil, if you go to Indonesia, they'll say no to palm oil because it's devastating portions of the country. Again, you asked a very good question earlier. Global South is feeding the Global North. All the renewable projects are mostly in Northern Europe or Western Europe, but all the plantations are coming from the South. And that's not sustainable in terms of just keeping on making the heifer from things like soybean oil or other edible crops. The one thing that is abundant is a lignocellulosic material. However, the lignin part of it, which is the bark part of it, is extremely hard and requires a very challenging set of reactor conditions to convert it into something useful. Because if you try to force it, all you'll get is char, carbon. So lots of it available. Canada, Sweden, the US, Asia, lots and lots of lignocellulosic material available. These are truly renewable because you can plant the saplings again. But you have to be careful in processing, and this is one of our big research projects at the moment to convert most of it into naphtha and diesel range material. That's all I had. I purposely left a little bit of time for you to ask me any questions. Sure.
Thank you very much for an outstanding presentation and a perspective. And I would like to hear your thoughts as an executive in an international company. So last year, corporate R&D amounted to be $1.2 trillion, euros, around the globe, the top 2,500 companies. So I want to bring the argument closer to home, to this region.
Yeah.
Many of these investments in R&D and technology and research commercializations actually are being conducted either in global north or specific countries like China, South Korea, Singapore, or India, and sometimes Turkey. And the rest, they don't get their share of research and development presence by multinational corporations. In your opinion, what it takes for us, for example, in the MENA region, to help presenting ourselves as an R&D/innovation technology commercialization hub, what we need to put in place in order to attract multinational corporations to establish viable footprint when it comes to research, development, and commercialization of technology and inventions. Thank you very much.
Excellent question. And sometimes I wonder why not, because I've been to KAUST, I've seen the facilities there, I've been to this prestigious university. I think it's mostly because it has been relatively unknown compared to the MITs and Imperial College, for example, and other places. It is now coming into the focus. The other part of it is the ecosystem around the universities. Means if you go to Cambridge area, it means around this Boston and Cambridge, there are about 230, 240 biochemical, biomechanical firms. If you go to Austin, same thing. If you go to North Carolina in the Research Triangle, you'll see the same thing. If you go to Cambridge in England. So this thing with the Dharan Techno Valley, you have brilliant students, you have the intent, you have the money to do world-class research. It's first, number one, you have to publicize it much more than what you're doing today. KFUPM is very well known in this region, but that publicity worldwide is not there yet. I live in the US. I'll tell you that if I ask out of 10 people, 9 of them would not have heard what is KFUPM until they come and actually visit the place. This is number one. Once you start attracting that kind of attention, I'm sure a lot of companies, because what is happening is in the West, unless an idea is very close to commercialization, the entire mindset is don't waste money, let's cut the R&D budget. One of the first things that get cut is R&D budget, right? Not so here. So I think it is just that bit that is missing. Anything else? Yes.
Yeah, based on your experience, if we compare the conventional refineries for converting crude chemicals to crude to chemicals, with the new approach, the direct conversion, do you think how much the reduction by CapEx and OpEx? Second, how about the sustainability regarding the carbon emissions reduction? Thank you.
Excellent question. And it was very rigorously evaluated by Aramco and SABIC recently. The CapEx savings is roughly 30% compared to a conventional. And this is without making a drop of transportation fuels. If you make more transportation fuels, let's say 30% of it, you still want to make some diesel, the CapEx actually comes down. But the second part is in terms of OpEx, roughly 20% less OpEx, mainly because you're not heating and cooling between the different processes as in a typical refinery. You don't have the crude and vacuum towers. So just to give you an idea, a classic refinery petchem complex has about 1,200 pieces of equipment, 1,200 pieces of equipment. This one has about 700. So that just by piece count, every piece of equipment needs, if I take the scope 1 energy consumption, I'm not even factoring that in. Now, in terms of scope 3, I've already captured the carbon in the chemicals, but the scope 2, which is inside the complex, I have to reduce the CO2 footprint of the crackers, and that's what we are focusing on, either through air preheat, part electrification, but above all, if I can get a lot of green hydrogen or even blue hydrogen. In a place like Saudi Arabia, where there are places where I can store hydrogen or sequester CO2, blue hydrogen makes a lot of sense. Get that hydrogen, use that hydrogen for hydrogen firing, and then I've eliminated the biggest source of CO2, which is the cracking heaters. So tremendous potential. And in terms of CapEx, I can tell you that the realistic CapEx of some of these big COTC projects which have got scrapped is because the price became unsustainable, even for Saudi Aramco and SABIC. So that's why the focus is on just reducing the total number of pieces, reducing the OpEx, and make sure that I have mechanisms to reduce CO2. Thank you.
We will now be leaving for a short 20 minutes break for prayer and coffee. We kindly ask that you convene here within 20 minutes as we proceed with more insightful discussions and a panel discussion. See you soon.
but there's no pointer. There's no pointer. So is there a way I use pointer? Because then I cannot show what I'm pointing. Good point. I showed it to you. Something.
Okay.
Check out the speaking. So this is the troublesome clicker, apparently. No, there's no pointer because this is not the right one. Use those motion type.
How do you forward? Just, this is forward?
Yeah, I guess so.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Building on the theme of innovation and sustainability, we now turn our attention to the energy sector, where sustainable energy carriers are playing an increasingly important role in the transition to a low-carbon future. Our next speaker, Professor Andy Huang, a professor of chemistry and the Associate Vice President for Research at KAUST, will delve into how these technologies can help drive that transformation. Please join me in welcoming Professor Huang to the stage.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me thank the organizers for the invitation to bring me for the KFUPM Research Forum 2024. I'm very, very happy to see old friends and then meet new friends. Today, I have been inspired by the incredible presentations thus far. So now it's my turn to provide you some of the viewpoints that we have about the future of our energy, and particularly about the energy carrier. But I want to emphasize that the main purpose is to provide you with different view angles, and I can initiate discussions, and most importantly, collaborations between different parties. Before that, I also want to take this opportunity to introduce you the new center recently established at KAUST and started in July this year. And that is the Center for Renewable Energy and Storage Technologies. The center will be working on mainly 6 areas: advanced photovoltaics, new battery chemistry, lithium extraction and other critical mineral extraction and recycling, advanced cooling technologies to enhance the efficiency, energy storage in chemical fuels such as hydrogen and formic acid, what I'm going to mention, and testing modeling system integration. And the center is led by Professor Hussein El Sharif and co-led by Professor Jipin Lai, and governed by a executive committee in the first row. And if you are interested, you can find more details in the KAUST website. We hope that the center would, in the next 5 to 10 years, to serve as an innovation hub that not only advance the fundamental research, but also provide a platform to promote translation and promote collaboration between all parties in the kingdom and then around the world. And of course, for the formality, I need to declare my conflict of interest. And then all the viewpoints I'm going to present today are my own. All right, so let's start. And we talk about energy, and then of course we understand that energy is a very complicated issue. And it's complicated with environment, with climate change. And if we want to propose any potential solution to mitigate these issues, I think it is very important that we first understand the scale of the challenge. And of course, this is among the biggest challenges facing humanity in the 21st century. So currently, the whole world consumes energy at the rate of around 20.1 terawatts, so 10 to the 12th power watt. By the way, in case you don't know, I'm from Taiwan. So TW is actually the abbreviation of Taiwan. But we don't typically use this as a unit when we talk about energy. Because we consume energy so fast, then we have to use this unit we don't typically use. And thus far, around 80% of the energy we consume comes from fossil fuels in the form of gas, oil, and coal. We burn the fossil fuels to generate energy we need, and we emit CO2. And this habit has not changed in the last 2-3 decades. For example, in the 2018 level, human beings' activities in energy consumption has resulted in emission of 33.2 gigatons, 10 to the 10th power, ton of CO2. And if we consider other CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas emissions, the number is actually higher than 40 gigatons. So when we talk about energy, when we talk about climate change, when we talk about CO2 issue, this is the scale that we need to deal with. And why I say this is very important. Because if there's someone coming to us presenting a perfect technology that can reduce 1 million tons of CO2 per year, by the way, this is very difficult. Unfortunately, I would say that is absolutely insignificant. So any solution that need to be scalable to gigaton, otherwise it will unlikely make any difference. And currently, there is no country having the policy against the growth economy. So with the increasing population, reaching 10 billion by 2050, and then the projected increase of GDP per capita, we will need more energy to fulfill this growth. It is generally believed by 2050, our energy demand will be at least increased by 50% from today's level, if not double. But do we have enough fossil fuels to burn? Well, the answer is yes. We actually have enough to burn for another 50 to 100 years. So for our generation, my generation, probably fine. But for the students, for their kids, their grandkids, there are a lot of uncertainties. But the issue is not just about the depleting fossil fuel. If we continue to burn fossil fuels to meet our energy demand, this so-called business as usual, this so-called unrestricted use of fossil fuel is going to increase the CO2 emission concentration, and that is shown in here, because I don't have a pointer, shown here in red. That is the business as usual scenario. And that is going to increase the CO2 concentration to around 1,000 ppm by the end of the century. What does that mean? That means the increase of the global temperature of 4 to 6 degrees Celsius. So at any clear existing scientific evidence, this would be a catastrophe. And I absolutely like this figure because it was actually reported in 2007 by IPCC, and that was the report that made Nobel Prize in Peace awarded to IPCC, and later I'll come back to this report. And that was also the time I started my assistant professorship. But if you look back, in the last 2 decades or so, hundreds of billions of dollars from government, from private sectors, has been invested in climate mitigation, climate tech developments, and probably for Nature and Science journals alone, you can find hundreds of papers claiming groundbreaking technologies. What are we now? We are here. It is like we have not done anything. What's wrong? Have you all heard about Paris Agreement? Yes. Have you read about it? If you haven't read it, it is fine, because it doesn't say much. So basically, Paris Agreement say that by 2050, we have to make our efforts to minimize the increase of global temperature well below 2 degrees Celsius, better 1.5 degrees Celsius. But it does not tell us how to achieve that. It does not tell us what would happen if we cannot achieve that. But if we want to achieve that goal in Paris Agreement, we would have to develop technologies, policies that can either reduce or capture 30 gigatons of CO2 per year. And I think this is a very important number that should be adopted in our analysis. A few years ago, we have done some analysis. So if we want to use carbon capture, direct carbon capture, to achieve the goal set in Paris Agreement, with the most promising technologies nowadays, we will have to consume 50 to over 100% of the total global energy supply. And many people told me, say, Andy, don't worry. We are going to develop solar farms, wind turbines, that we will use green energy to do the carbon capture. We are not going to touch our existing energy system. But I'm always wondering, if we have 100% of the total global energy supply from green energy, from green sources, why should we worry about CO2 emission? And our comments were echoed by others. And finally, by an opinion piece in Nature last year. Carbon dioxide removal is not a current climate solution. We need to reduce emission first. Otherwise, CO2 removal will be next to useless. If this is the case, if we want to solve the twin problems of increasing energy demand and climate change, I think the only way is to deploy low-carbon energy systems at a large scale, at a massive scale. What are low-carbon energy systems? So we're talking about solar, for which the kingdom has one of the greatest potential. Wind, and maybe nuclear. So when we have the low-carbon energy, we need to first decarbonize those easy-to-abate sectors, for example, transportations. So we need to develop technologies that allow us to store, transport, and utilize the low-carbon energy in the form of electricity, and that is batteries and fuel cells. This is already a reality. I think the audience must be very familiar with the NOR projects in Abu Dhabi. So this is a solar farm that at the peak power produce electricity at the rate of 1.17 gigawatts. This is the same size as a modern nuclear reactor. The selling price is 2.4 cents per kilowatt hour. Cheaper than fossil fuel. And now this number cannot even make it to the top 10 list. So low cost, extremely low cost solar electricity is already a reality. But there are some challenges, because you must deploy this at a large scale. And we certainly don't want to compete with food production. And we certainly don't want to use the land that we may build beautiful houses to put our solar farm. So it has to be in a remote area. And therefore, it is very important for us to have technologies to transmit or transport this low-carbon energy to the end users living in the cities. And since batteries alone cannot serve the purpose, and hydrogen fuel cells has been proposed to be a potential solution, and actually a promising solution. Hydrogen future, the future of hydrogen has been proposed, and currently 15 countries out of the G20, and globally, over 80 countries already have projects, policies working towards this direction. Well, while hydrogen fuel cells are considered mature technology, there is still no viable way to store and transport hydrogen. And if you agree with my arguments thus far, in order to provide a solution to the twin problems of increasing energy demand and climate change, we need to deploy low-carbon energy system at a large scale. And to do so, we must develop according technologies that we can store this low-carbon energy for long term at a large scale. And that cannot be achieved by batteries and grid alone. With batteries, we can store electricity during the daytime and use it during the nighttime. But it's difficult for me to store it in the winter and use it in the summer. And difficult for me to store it in Saudi Arabia and sell it in Singapore, in Japan. The only way to achieve that is through a chemical way, and that is hydrogen. Because hydrogen is efficient to synthesize and to use. But since there is no viable technology for hydrogen storage and transportation, so I'm going to make a very bold statement here. Our future depends on the development of a proper hydrogen carrier technology. If we want to talk about hydrogen carrier technology, we need to find something to benchmark with. And I think that is the state-of-the-art high-pressure hydrogen storage. Fourth generation carbon fiber strengthened plastic. These two tanks used in Toyota Mirai, 85 kgs, 122.4 liters. At the 700 bar, we can store 5 kg of hydrogen. And that is good enough for the car to run 500 kilometers. That's good enough. And that's also very, very, very simple. So next time, when you hear people talking about hydrogen, 1 kg of hydrogen, 100 kilometers. So about 10 liters of gas. This is good enough. I think everything we should benchmark with it. And I think some of the experts in the audience probably already know, Shell, this February, last February 2024, make announcements that they are going to quit the hydrogen fueling station business permanently due to supply complications. If you have visited California lately, you may find the hydrogen price is actually not cheap. Over $30 per kg, okay, a fueling station. 1 kg of hydrogen, 100 kilometers, right? 10 liters of gas. Is this expensive or cheap? Expensive. But why do I need to show this here? Because I want to invite the audience to think about, out of these $36, how much is the cost of hydrogen production? It's about $1.5. About $1.5. The rest of a 30-something, logistics, storage, transportation, and tax. What does that mean? That means even if hydrogen is free, no one can afford it. It is not serious. Again, I want to use this example to emphasize that our future depends on the development of a proper hydrogen energy carrier. Even if hydrogen is free, we cannot afford it. What is our solution? Formic acid. Formic acid can be synthesized by combining hydrogen and CO2, can be synthesized by electrochemical reduction of CO2, and then we can extract hydrogen to use and then release CO2. So overall, we can have a net zero process for CO2 transportation, for hydrogen transportation and usage. What is the issue? People argue that 53 grams of hydrogen per liter is too small. This volumetric capacity is not high enough because if you look at ammonia, that's 121. You look at methanol, that's 100. So formic acid, the number of formic acid is just too low. But I want to invite you to look at the number for the state-of-the-art, the practical use of high-pressure hydrogen tank, 42. If 42 is practical enough, I think 53 is okay. But we have to look at the hydrogen release condition. Ammonia contains a lot of hydrogen. Ammonia is difficult to make and difficult to extract hydrogen from. With that high temperature, one would expect to build the centralized facility to crack ammonia to produce hydrogen. So even if this is a viable process, the issue we solve may be the hydrogen transport from B to B. Once I crack ammonia in the centralized facility, the challenges to distribute, to transport the hydrogen to the customers would remain unchanged. The catalytic releasing temperature for formic acid is low. That means we will be able to design an onboard and on-demand system that we can selectively produce hydrogen from formic acid and then use it to generate electricity. And on top of that, formic acid also have a significant lower toxicity. But all this information we have already published. And it's not the main purpose of my presentation today. I hope in the next 2 to 3 minutes, I can have your attention and focus. What I would like to share with you is an effect that may be overlooked by the community for a long time. Well, hydrogen is not a greenhouse gas because it does not absorb IR. But when hydrogen is released to air, it can participate in a series of chemical reactions. Hydrogen can react with hydroxyl radical to generate hydrogen atom and water. Well, hydroxyl radical is so-called the cleaner in the air. It is actually the major component that decomposes methane. Methane has a global warming potential that is 80 times stronger than CO2 in the 20 years time horizon. And even in 100 years time horizon, it's still 25 times stronger. So when hydrogen reacts with hydroxyl radical, it elongates the lifetime of methane, and therefore created the indirect global warming effect. This reaction occurs in troposphere. That is fine. Water will participate in the water cycle. But the reaction also occurs in stratosphere. That's where airplanes fly. And there, water would exist as vapor. And water vapor is a very potent greenhouse gas. So in 2022, a British government policy paper suggests that hydrogen may have indirect global warming effect that is 33 times of CO2. 33. Of course, after that, scientists started to look into it. So in the paper of Nature Communications, 33, we agree with the number. Wait a minute, maybe 40. And this is currently, people believe, the most comprehensive weather model, 37. So I think if we are targeting our climate goal set in Paris Agreement 2050, we have to take this number into consideration. And this is why a few months ago, we published a paper to call for electric engineers to develop the next generation of hydrogen sensors so that we can better monitor the fugitive hydrogen emission. So I'm a chemist, but we can still publish in chemical engineering journal. Well, so if we assume this number, now we can actually analyze all the potential hydrogen carriers. For example, ammonia. We love making ammonia. We just don't like to crack it. But if we want to use ammonia as a hydrogen carrier, we have to produce green ammonia. To produce green ammonia, we need to produce green hydrogen. Then we have to produce green electricity. So when we have green electricity, when we have pure water, we have to electrolyze water to get the hydrogen. Water electrolysis would cause hydrogen losses. People talk to me, Andy, we are going to be very careful in our operation so that we won't lose any hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been very, very careful. We still lose a lot of methane. Hydrogen is more than methane. By fundamental fluid dynamics calculation, hydrogen is at least 2.6 times easier to leak. So we can use methane leakage data to back calculate the potential loss of hydrogen. Hydrogen compression, we lost hydrogen. High pressure, high temperature, Haber-Bosch process, we lost hydrogen. We lose hydrogen. Ammonia cracking, we lose hydrogen. Compression, again, we lose hydrogen. Even used in the fuel cells, we lose hydrogen. So in the life cycle, CO2 equivalent emission, I'm not sure if you can read the number. It's even greater than burning gas or coal. Is this our future? Mesocycle same thing. As long as we need to produce hydrogen, as long as we need to do hydrogenation, dehydrogenation, we lose hydrogen. Methanol, the same. But formic acid is different. Because formic acid can be synthesized through electrochemical CO2 reduction directly. We don't see hydrogen. So with formic acid, we can minimize the loss of hydrogen, 3 to 5%. That is the number from my lab. 0.5 to 2. that is based on the current existing industry standard. So even just use our lab data, you can clearly see the climate benefit compared to our current energy system. And of course, I think any scientist reaching this conclusion would be very nervous, like I was. How come we find out something that the whole world is wrong and only we are the right one? That's the time I decided to seek for help. And you can see I asked for Professor Soldin and Professor Nielsen for help. Professor Soldin is a laser expert, and he studied dynamics. So he can attest that hydrogen and hydroxyl radical reaction is really fast, much faster than hydroxyl radical and methane. And Professor Nielsen was one of the lead authors in the IPCC report in 2007 that resulted in Nobel Prize in Peace. And he's considered one of the world leading experts in atmospheric chemistry. I think he's also visiting professor at KFUPM. So Odejon repeat our analysis and help us to write the whole sections about the climate implications of hydrogen. And he told me, Andy, you must have this paper published as soon as possible. And we got it published. But today I'm not here to talk about what is right or what is wrong. I'm just saying that the fact the paper is published, the fact that Professor Nielsen and Professor Soldin are willing to participate in the study suggests that this is a parameter, this is an issue that we may need to take into account. So when we talk about carbon footprint, we must bear in mind that it's not just about CO2. Methane is important. Hydrogen is also important. So incidentally, a group of scientists in the Institute of Energy Economics and Financial Analysis also use the same principle to conduct analysis about blue hydrogen. If we only talk about CO2, blue hydrogen may look okay. But if we consider the emissions of hydrogen and methane during the value chain, during the extraction, transportation, usage, you probably won't feel surprised about their conclusion. Blue hydrogen is not clean or low carbon, never will be. All right, now it's time to talk about chemistry. So what we have done is to develop a catalyst that we can selectively produce hydrogen from formic acid. And our catalyst is so active that has the turnover number, that's the number how many times the catalyst can catalyze the process, over 30 million. So for every 1 kg of hydrogen we produce from formic acid, the catalyst cost is less than 5 cents. And I think we have something that's ready for practical application. And currently, we have completed the prototype of 20 kilowatt power generators. And the system can demonstrate the higher density, the density higher than 700 bar high pressure hydrogen tank without toxic component emission. I'm also very proud to share that currently all the patents about formic acid electricity in the landscape came from our invention. And this patent has been exclusively licensed to a startup company, which is preparing to launch the products very soon by the end of the year. And as we speak, we are building our prototype formic acid bus, and hopefully very soon we'll be able to test drive the bus here. Very soon. So if formic acid technology is integrated with the existing lithium batteries and hydrogen fuel technologies, we'll be able to provide the solution that can cover 95% of transportation needs. What about the cost? 2 more minutes. At the current market price of formic acid, the cost is already comparable to that of gas. If we can we can synthesize formic acid with the low-cost solar electricity I just mentioned, the fuel will be cheaper than gas. Of course, these are all my opinions, and I'm 100% biased, I have to admit. Let's see what others say. This is a 2016 European Commission report. They suggest if formic acid as an energy carrier becomes mature by 2030, formic acid may have 10 to 30% market penetration potential in various energy sectors. A recent analysis, techno-economic analysis last year by Professor Zhao's group also suggests, incidentally, they also compare different green hydrogen carriers between formic acid, ammonia, methanol, and toluene MCH. The formic acid is the most affordable green carrier, offering the safest logistic. We already know it's liquid, non-flammable, non-toxic, easy to transport and store. And it's the only green carrier that is more affordable than its fossil fuel counterpart. Nature produces over 100 million tons of formic acid per year. So if we have accidental leakage of formic acid, 1 million tons per year, it is absolutely fine to our environment. So my last message is, if we want to propose a viable option to mitigate our energy challenges, our climate change issues, the solution must be scalable. The solution must deliver the real climate benefit. Greenwashing does not work. The solution must be safe. The solution must be cheaper than fossil fuels. And the solution must be formic acid. If formic acid is used as fuel, we are talking about 3 to 10 gigatons per year of annual market. At that time, formic acid can also serve as a starting material for sustainable chemical synthesis. And that is the formic acid economy we projected. And I'll start my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Huang, for the great presentation and for giving us much to think about as we work towards a low-carbon economy. So, throughout today's presentations, we've seen a wide range of insights from different research areas. We've seen how each is contributing to innovation and progress in its own way. But imagine the impact if these research areas were working together to tackle complex global challenges. What if consortia is employed, and how impactful could the research outcomes be? We can find the answers to these questions in our next panel discussion, which will explore how interdisciplinary collaborations can lead to a more impactful research outcomes. I'm honored to introduce our panel moderator, Professor Zain Yamani, the Director of the KFUPM Interdisciplinary Research Center for Hydrogen Technologies and Carbon Management. Professor Yamani, the stage is yours.
The panelists, Dr. Shahrani, Dr. Jab, Ms. Julia, Peter as well, to kindly come up to the stage. So today, I was listening to a number of presentations, including the session that Dr. Abdullah Sultan led. And oh boy, when you heard the RDIA gentleman, he was saying we have issues with the ecosystem. And then when the GAD gentleman was speaking, he was also speaking about the ecosystem. And then when the gentleman from the Ministry of Industry came, he also mentioned the ecosystem. So it seems that we have a problem with the ecosystem of research, and we do. And today we thought that, well, since KFUPM itself has launched 2 new consortia, and since we have world experts who deal with consortia, and amongst them are the colleagues in front of you in the panel discussion today, and since many of us probably have questions you'd like to ask or points of view you'd like to present, why don't we have a panel discussion on consortia? And for that, I have 4 colleagues who I'll introduce from the beginning and then have discussions not only from them, but only from yourselves as well. I can mention Ms. Julia Hicks. She's a Air Products Director of Technology for Europe and Africa region. In initial academic training, she's a chemical engineer, but she also has a MBA and works with her group and actively participating in a number of consortia for research and development at different scales and different purposes. She's also an expert when it comes to blue hydrogen and CO2 capture space. I hope I'm not offending Andy. Where's Andy? And then, thank you very much for your presentation, by the way. And then also I'd like to introduce Dr. Shahrani on the my far left side. Dr. Shahrani is not only a KFUPM graduate, I believe. Is that right?
That's correct.
But also a person who has 24 years of experience in material science engineering. He's the manager of the Non-Metallics Application Development Division at Saudi Aramco's Research and Development Center. And he's also been engaged in establishing research consortia aiming to the development of non-metallic related technologies for the energy sector. And I believe you spent part of your time just basically dedicating yourself to getting some consortia to work and contributing on behalf of Saudi Aramco for getting that done. So that's Dr. Abdullah Shahrani. I'd like to also introduce next Dr. Abdullah Jab-Vente. Well, all my panelists are special and dear to my heart, but Jab-Vente in particular, I got introduced to him back in 2018. And at that time, it had to do with activities at TNO in the Netherlands. And he was very accommodating, and I learned a lot, technologically speaking, from Jab. He has 20 years of experience in the formation and implementation of collaborative science and technology activities. And he focuses on energy-intensive industry and ranges from fundamental research on novel membrane systems to industrial scale demonstration of advanced heat pump systems, and from innovation CO2 capture technologies to direct electric heating of high temperature processes. The work he's been performing as the activity starts from business to business to European-wide and everything in between. So I'm really happy that you're with us today, Jab. In addition, we have in the middle Peter Hoffman. Mr. Peter Hoffman is very special to KFUPM when it comes to consortia. In particular, he had been for 36 years at Boeing Company until 2020, working in leadership roles related to development, to research and development, and to intellectual property management, very relevant to the topic of today's panel discussion. Then he opened up private business, can we say? The company named Elevated Advisors. You're the president of that company, and it provides management consulting services that focuses on university industry relation. And the reason he's so special is because when KFUPM started developing its consortia, it was Peter Hoffman who helped us work out a good part of our understanding of consortia, appreciation of our consortia, and ultimately the contracts that need to be related to consortia. So thank you as well, Peter, for being with us. I'm not sure if we can use the unmute altogether, but I do want to make sure that you have your microphones unmuted when you want to speak. You can probably unmute it now if they're not. Okay, so my job was to think on behalf of the audience. And I think one thing they want to know, or we all want to know when we say consortium, including myself not a long time ago, when I hear consortium, I just understand partnership. And then how is consortia better? Is it just another synonym for the word, or are there different models that consortia work on? And ooh, the flipper is here. And I brought up a definition that I want you to accept that we can work on for today. Let's just accept that this is a definition. It's not a text, it's not I didn't get it from a dictionary. I didn't take it from a textbook. I got it from speaking with a friend. And if you don't like this, I don't mind. Hatch it and let's make it better, but I think the audience have a right to understand what we're talking about. So Jap, would it be okay if I ask you to give me your perspective of how you see consortia and how this is relevant to universities and what your experience with consortia are?
Yeah, thank you for welcoming here. It's a great pleasure to be over. It's now the third time actually that I'm in this region, and that's a great privilege to be here. So thank you for being here. What I would like to say about consortia is that it's indeed a collaborative activity that you're doing. And you can do that on a project base, so it's a bit of a short term, a few years, with a clear objective, with budget, with tasks assigned to various parties. And you just pick together the right party to do the right job. And at the interfaces, you're closely working together and you make sure that everybody does the right thing. Another thing is that you work on a more programmatic way. So it's a much higher level of abstraction, like making sure that the hydrogen is becoming a viable product, and that it's also being handled safely and with climate impacts. Then you are going to look for much wider things, and then it's much more agile that you're going to do, because your research objectives are much more flexible. Again, then you have also much more parties can be involved. And it will be also, the partnership will be dynamic. So parties may come and go, just depending on at what moment is most suitable. Mm-hmm. So those are the two things that I can see in there.
Two different methods of running consortia or schemes. Peter, what about you? What's your take on either the definition or your experience with consortia? Thank you, Jab.
Fully agree with the earlier comments. The only thing I might add is that the kind of consortia that I've had most of my involvement with was a group of companies coming together to solve a very difficult problem that they all were spending resources on trying to solve independently. And the consortia piece of that is, instead of everybody trying to solve it independently, let's combine our resources and then share the intellectual property that comes out of that pre-competitive work. I can give an example of, in the aerospace industry, everyone was struggling with the machining of titanium and superalloy steels. And this is a shameless plug for my talk tomorrow. We were approached by the University of Sheffield regarding combining resources there to tackle the machining of these difficult materials and then sharing the results. We had that pitch in 1999. We established the research consortium in 2001 with my company at the time, Boeing, being the first and only member. And as I'll discuss tomorrow, they're now been in existence for 24 years, 23 years.
The consortium itself, you mean?
The consortium itself,
Wow.
an ongoing entity for 23 years, and they have 120 industry members now, and 40 million pounds a year of ongoing research. So it's a tremendous story. We've attempted to replicate that across the world, but the key is find those big problems everyone's spending money on and get them to work together so they all spend less money and share the results.
I see. Julia, would you like to add anything from your experience?
Yeah, I would. And firstly, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And Air Products really values our relationship with KFUPM, and we look forward to building on that with the Hydrogen Futures Consortium. I agree with the other panelists, what they've said, and I think solving a common pain point for the industry is a really good target for a consortium. I think another way that I've seen is to really get to what was mentioned this morning about research to market.
Research to market.
So for a new development, working with people up and down the value chain allows you to address issues that are happening not just with your own piece of development, but you can understand what issues you may be passing on to people up and down the chain, and you can get to market much quicker.
Great, thank you, Julia. Dr. Abdullah, I know you have experience with that. You want to share any of your experiences relate to consortia, please?
Sure. Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon, and I'm very pleased to be part of this great panel and talk about a very interesting topic and very close to my heart. The question here, why is it interesting? Because I personally witnessed and I've seen how powerful this collaboration is in terms of accelerated technology development, in terms of reducing cost and creating fast-track ways to market, right? The definition here might seem simple, and from experience, I can say that establishing a consortia could be fairly straightforward, but making that consortium successful and impactful, that's really, really challenging. Yes. And I'm speaking from experience because when I've been engaged in several consortia for Saudi Aramco, and I would like to quote the Non-Metallic Innovation Center that we established in Cambridge. Is a center, but it's based on consortium concept, right? We worked with ADNOC and 16 more partners to develop composite solution for the oil and gas industry to support the corporate non-metallic initiative in Saudi Aramco. It wasn't a very smooth journey, right? Just to give you a flavor of that center, I would like to bring an example where we would like to, or we wanted to develop a composite pipes with advanced properties compared to the existing solutions. Basically, composite pipes can offer great benefits to the industry, but they are limited when it comes to temperature, pressure, and diameters compared to steel, right? So we wanted to expand the operating envelope. Composite pipe in general is not just a cylindrical shape. It's basically, so especially RTP, it's basically, there's a liner system, followed by a tape technology for reinforcing the pipe, and then jacket, and then jointing system, right? To expand the operating envelope of this pipe, you need to work on all components. So for us to develop a technology that go to market that can withstand high temperature and pressure, we wanted to work with universities on materials level. We wanted to work with business suppliers in order to translate the material research to a product, pipe manufacturers in order to make the pipe, and then work with oil and gas industry in order to put it in the ground. It took us a long journey to do that. We brought university together, business suppliers and pipe manufacturers. We brought all of those case so-called on the same table. The challenge was to create the win-win situation, meet the purpose of that consortia and meet the target of each organization, and then put the system that can orchestrate all the effort in order for a smooth transition or for a smooth journey. Today, after a few years, now we have a pipe on the ground.
MashaAllah.
We have a joint system that received the best innovative and inspiring technologies in the UK in 2023.
Wow.
And we have a software that we developed in Saudi Aramco to predict the electrostatic discharge. So it is very, very powerful if you tune it right.
Right.
All right. And then you could see the fruit out of that. I am very happy to see that KFUPM is launching these two consortia. I am impressed, but not surprised, because I know KFUPM is leading at different fronts, and I have no doubt in the world that we'll see the fruit, inshallah, in the future.
Thank you very much. So Good points, dear colleagues. And you scared me when you said, if I heard you right, did you say 100 and something partners in the consortia?
120.
So how do people, how does the consortium govern itself in a way that is meaningful to everybody, but it's also fair, that's also away from bureaucracy and needed bureaucracy, and then also effective, and that gives research to market, as Julia mentioned?
Great question. There are two boards that manage the consortium. One is a management board that's really focused more on the long-term vision and where the consortia is going. The one that where most of the action takes place is the technical board.
Technical board.
And as a member, as a tier 1 member, which are the companies that are putting more annual resources into the consortium, they all have a single representative on both boards.
I see.
Tier 2s are paying a fraction of what the tier 1s pay, and they have a fractional representation on both boards. So it's the technical board that finds their needs. So it's the voice of industry saying, here's what we're struggling with. The university research center then puts forward a proposed research agenda for the following year. They vote on it as a group. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of, it's just like politics, there's a lot of horse trading that takes place. And that sets the agenda for the following year, and you can do multi-year projects. It's amazingly unbureaucratic.
Unbureaucratic?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Keep in mind that this is a group of full-time researchers that interact with the core university and the faculty. Oops, I think I lost, there I am, I'm back. They interact with the core university, but they operate in a very commercial manner. So I think it puts a little bit of a, and you have to be careful, you can't put too big of a wall between the university and these full-time staff researchers, or else they don't communicate. But I think it does allow them to escape a little bit of the typical politics that are associated with...
It protects itself from that.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Julia, Jap, Abdullah, do you have any other versions of how governance might look like, or is it pretty much standard way as Peter, the example that Peter mentioned? About governance.
Yeah, I would say there's lots of different ways to tackle it, and consortia, small and large. I would suggest that the setup at the beginning of consortia is an area worth paying attention to, whether it's a large consortium like that or a smaller one focused on a single project.
Right, right. Anybody else has any comments about governance? Because I think that might be important for our audience who are thinking that, well, does this really add value to, do I have a representation? You mentioned the matter of representation. Anything about governance, Jap?
Well, it probably also depends on the size of the executors of the research. And it's quite often handy to have an independent organization who does not have a link to one of the executions, so that you create an independent body, that can be a foundation or something like that, who will organize those things just to prevent that people start to think, oh, you're just doing it for that.
Right.
And that's, you know, the Netherlands, we now have, well, we did have a few years growth fund. And for instance, for hydrogen, there have been hundreds of millions, I think 300 millions has been assigned to that. And you need then to have a project organization or a program organization to run that and to make sure that indeed the right thing is being done, that everybody has its fair share on the table, which is, you know, and that the impact is being reached.
Right. Thank you, Jab. So, Abdullah, when you were making some comments, I also kind of got intimidated a bit when you said that it's very challenging, that it's easy to put it on paper, if I understood you correctly, but then when push comes to shove, then you find that there are a lot of obstacles. Can you share in any depth with examples or without examples about the specific matters that would make a consortium more beneficial, and what are the challenges that different parties in the consortium have to overcome to make it beneficial?
Sure. Having a consortium or effective consortium, you're having key players around, sitting on the same table and working together. The main thing is to make sure that you have a target that meets every organization. So it's basically the purpose of that consortium should actually benefit in each organization. That's one. Creating the win-win situation is important. 3, you're bringing companies together that could be competitors, so you need to keep the competitive advantage for each.
So you can actually have competitors, members of the same consortium, is what you're saying.
We had that situation. We have tourism suppliers, they are very competitors, but we managed to make clear boundaries, create the competitive advantage for them, and created the value for them as well. One of the major challenge for me, and I'm sure everybody could imagine that, is the IP. So it's not straightforward. The most important thing any organization should realize, you cannot have everything. Right? You need to have priorities. You need to know exactly when you want to achieve, and then you could be a little bit flexible in IP, and then, or you could be on the other extreme. And for Saudi Aramco, the most important objective for us is to develop technology based on sustainable non-metallic material that can penetrate the market. So IP was not the highest priority for us.
Right.
Plus, we wanted to do a available solution. All right. So that's why we're a bit flexible in the IP. But from other experience with other collaborations, I found it IP is a big challenge that could be a deal breaker.
I'll be taking questions from the audience in just a minute, inshallah ta'ala. But does anybody have anything further to say about the challenges and benefits? Yes, please, go ahead, Peter.
I could continue on the IP topic. I think it's very important that that's very well defined up front and that you don't kick the can down the road and say, we'll deal with that later. I think if you're working in a pre-competitive environment, it's much easier to get competitors to work together. I can point to one replication of the University of Sheffield work, and that was with A-Star Laboratory in Singapore.
Great.
And it was also advanced manufacturing focused, but the launch members were 4 companies, Boeing, Airbus, Pratt & Whitney, and Rolls-Royce.
Wow.
So we had 2 airframers and 2 engine builders agreeing to work together to solve manufacturing problems. And the reason they did that is because the IP terms were very well spelled out, plus that pre-competitive IP, they didn't own it. A-Star owned it, but they had license to it as a member, and then they had the opportunity to take that and apply it to their products in additional projects they would sponsor independently. And they can hold that intellectual property tight. So as long as you clearly lay out how the IP is going to be used, I found that you can get competitors to work together in that pre-competitive stage. And then it's a matter of, it's a foot race to see who can do the most special projects to really translate it to their products.
Thank you. Jap, Julia, in particular, my colleagues mentioned something about sitting around the table and the issue of number of members. So how is it that people's ideas are developed? So is there, for research consortia, is there a call for proposal, or are there debates or brainstorming sessions, or how do you even start building something that's meaningful after all the legal matters are there and you have a title called Hydrogen Future or a title called Sustainable Future, and then how do you get the next step going?
That's one of the biggest challenges indeed. Because if you make open calls or semi-open calls, it will be time consuming. You know, like European projects, you know, like from your own initiation of your own idea, hey, this is what we have to do in the first talk to your maybe your loyal partners, until really project initiation, start of the project, is easily 2 years. So you become very slow. And if you create a system like that in your consortium, you create a similar slowness. Maybe it can be a little bit faster, but you create a similar thing. On the other hand, if you do a sandpit-like approach, where you just do a free fight in a cage, that is not really coming to fruition either. And you know what is, you know, with IP, it's not only IP, it's also IDs and the original IDs, which is even pre-IP. How many people are going to say in a big sandpit-like approach they're real IDs? So yeah, that's really a big challenge. How to form that and how to get that working. Yes.
I understand. Julian, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I agree. It's a challenge. One approach I've seen recently is more of a workshop approach. So not a completely free call for proposals, but themes, and then actually physically moving people into the same location and spending a few days to prioritize.
So a few days. Vice President around? You hear about that? Okay, thank you. So I have other items I'd like to discuss with the panelists, but I think it'll be time to open for the, please. Yes. We'll go to next to you, Abu Ahmed, inshallah ta'ala.
Hi, Kesavadas. Great panel. Very interesting to see what all of you are doing. So I'm from University of Albany at State University of New York. I'm not sure if you know about this, but National Science Foundation has been doing a program for the last 30 years called IUCRC. It's Industry University Cooperative Partnership. It has a standard agreement. Everyone has to sign, no negotiations on that, but it's been going on for 30 years. And I was involved one in computational genomics, and they had like Pfizer and Eli Lilly all sitting on the same table, right? So it is a great way of building a consortium. But that's a comment. My question is, from your experience, what was the contribution that the companies were making to be a part of consortium, and is the investment worth being part of a consortium?
That was my question. No, just kidding. I was going to ask about roles. Good, roles. The gentleman asked him specifically about the role of the company. I'd like to maybe elaborate further and say the role of the company, the role of government if it exists, and the role of academia. Anybody would like to chip in?
Well, I can start.
Please.
Now, again, from the example I mentioned, we had collaborators along the value chain, right? We had academia, we got RTOs, we got research supplies by manufacturer and the industry itself, all right? So I believe the benefit will be for all of them. So they have a huge role to bring. However, for me, I think universities and industry, they have a bigger responsibilities to bring in here as well. Because simply, we all know about the technology development and the value of that, because so many great ideas can be generated from universities, and that will fade away because nobody's adopting it to the industry. Well, consortia is one of those platforms that will reduce the gap, right? So I believe that the universities have an important role in order to advocate for new ideas and understand the challenge that the industry has that will create what we call the technology push. While the industry itself, they should also share the challenges, make sure that these kind of platforms are available to create what we call the technology pull, right? Exactly. So if we did that, then you will see all the other enablers coming all together in order to fill that gap. So I believe universities have a major role in order to push for that kind of collaboration, and the industry as well they have another important role in order to steer that and bring the challenges to the universities and enable in order to develop technology in that space.
I see. Jap? Any colleague has any further? Yes, Peter?
Specific to the IUCRCs, some similarities between that framework and what I was speaking to earlier. I think a lot of it comes down to scale. The IUCRC is funded by the U.S. government, and it basically covers the overhead charges for the university.
I see. Okay.
So it buys down the hourly rate, and that's the attraction for industry to get engaged.
Right.
That's almost exclusively what it does. It doesn't bring capital equipment, facilities, those type of things to the table. Not that it's not a good thing, but what I've seen there is that it tends to perpetuate the ongoing type of research that more basic applied research. And what I would propose is by getting industry to contribute funds, and that's their role, is to bring their problems, bring their money, and a multi-year commitment, then the university has basically a financial annuity that they can go chase grants at the local, state, federal level to get those facilities, to get industrial scale equipment to solve real world problems. And not that the basic applied is not important. It's very important to underpin that applied research.
Right.
So different models, but in terms of the roles question you asked, industry really needs to clearly express their problems, bring financial resources that the university can then use to chase grants and have even more leveraging.
Nice. Julia, do you have anything to add on this point?
Yeah, I think smaller consortia, sometimes in-kind contributions are as valuable from both academia and industry.
So how would in-kind contributions look like in this?
For example, one of the EU-funded projects that we've been involved with, we've supported a university who developed a process, but they didn't have the industry knowledge to understand the techno-economics of that compared to the industry standards. So we could work with them on that. And in turn, we get better understanding of the options that are out there. From academia, we've used universities to do training on something that we've co-developed. They can provide training to other people in the industry.
So yes, Jack.
Yeah, so I think you can also divide it more or less into scopes of problems that you're attacking. You know, as a knowledge development, you probably have a much larger time scale than a company. You know, so you're much more active on social challenges, and you go and play a little bit in your lab, and you do some things on a relatively, and then you have something. And then you have to, indeed, as said, you know, then you have to come with that towards, you need to scale down in a way your ultimate idea so that you're going to do the right experiments at the right scale, which are still affordable without, but then you become really like in the technology push-like mode. On the other hand, you can have really the imminent problems that an industry is having. That can be for anything, you know, it can be materials choice, it can be just like, how are we going to test this? You know, we cannot test it at all. So, and then you come in a very different approach where the universities or research organizations can be a bit more flexible in what they do in their own facilities. Right. So I think there are really two specific roles that you have to play in a consortium. Is it really it can be pre-competitive, it must be pre-competitive. Yes. But now, or is it for the social challenges in a decade?
Right, thank you. Abu Ahmed, would you like to ask your question, please?
Well, thank you very much, Professor Yamani, for, again, outstanding moderation, and thank you for the distinguished panelists. This is some topic that close to my heart. When I used to work for Saudi Aramco, I worked for Saudi Aramco for 41 years. Before I retired last year and joined the government. And a number of years we're involved in overseeing collaboration and partnerships with universities, research institutes around the globe. So I would like to hear your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, on something on the soft side of consortium. From my experience in the past, consortium started with a high level of euphoria and excitement about working together, sharing knowledge, expertise, and resources. With time, you will find this euphoria and excitement get dwindled until people lose interest and they get business and other things as well, particularly if there is no clear structured governance that measure impact, commitment with the clear roles and responsibilities. So the question is this: cultural differences among the consortia members, which is, in my opinion, as important as sharing knowledge and resources. How you overcome the cultural differences among the members when it comes to organizational cultures, differences in the people consisting of the consortia, how you overcome cultural challenges.
Very good question.
That's the question.
Thank you. Anybody would like to address this question? Please, Peter.
Very good question. I think there's a couple things that can help. One is not starting too big. I know there was a series of during the Obama administration, there was a series of major manufacturing consortia funding going on, and some of them would have 300 members. Wow. And it would just die under its own weight because it was just nothing but administrivia and not much research was getting done. Yes. So I think starting small, I mentioned before Boeing was the first and only member of the AMRC at the beginning, and then a few additional joined. We accomplished some things, went back for another grant, and just grew organically over time. So it was sort of like a band, you know, getting a band together again. Everyone knew each other because we started small and we welcomed the new members that came in. The other thing I would suggest is you need to have a sense of place where you gather on a biannual basis or a regular basis, and it's been created by the efforts and the contributions you've made and the government has matched. And it's that camaraderie that you develop in getting together face to face on a regular basis that I think really allows you to understand each other and work together effectively as a team. And it's important it's pre-competitive, because otherwise every company is going to bring their B game and not their A game.
Right. Fearing that the competitor would also take away. Yep.
Can I add one point? Because you mentioned that some consortia, the excitement is being lost with time, right? And that's a clear indication for me that this consortia need to be further tuned. Because for me, the best fuel for excitement is achievements. So if there is achievements, products on the way, trust me, the members would get excited more and work together more. Remember, those members are coming together, they're investing money, right? In kind is not cash, but it's money as well. And you can bring cash. So if they don't see return of investment, they don't see achievements, then for me, that consortium need to be reassessed.
Right. There's only a few more minutes left. I do have some questions I'd like to ask my colleagues, but if anybody has a question from the audience, just raise your hand. So.
We also want to hear your question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in our consortia, both consortia that we inaugurated today, we have RDIA, the Research Development Innovation Agency, as a contributing member, but it's a member and it's a paying member. And I'm not sure in other countries, be it in Europe or the US or otherwise, does the government ever get involved in this way? And if it doesn't, then now that RDIA is already in, what should we expect from RDIA? Of course, I know what I expect in my own imagination. We needed to have capital investment when it comes to scaling up. So the industry might not be too excited to get into this scale-up business before semi-commercialization, and universities are not strong enough to do that, potentially, most universities at least. And then we thought RDIA would fall to, and RDIA has a stake because it needs, I remember when I was speaking with the chief of RDIA in January to 2023, he said, had you not come with this idea about the hydrogen consortium, we would have searched for entities that would lead a hydrogen consortium, and KFUPM was there. But does anybody have anything or comments to say or ideas about how the government should or should not get into the business of consortia, contribute to consortia, please? Yeah.
I think it's brilliant that they're engaged. Typically, you're having to gather your proposals and your story and show up at the government funding's door and hope that you're successful. I think having that organization involved in the day-to-day is going to be very valuable because they'll understand where things are going.
Right.
And what role they can serve. And I don't think there should be a clash between industry and the government there, because there's a step between the pre-competitive research that's taking place and true commercialization, and that scaling up to de-risk it at scale. And if that's a role that that organization can play to bring funding to the table to build some of the wonderful facilities that are being built here at KFUPM to really be at scale, not at production scale, but at scale so you see what all the real challenges are.
Right.
I think that's great that they're in the mix.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, it's also dependent on how they behave and what they see as their role. Because those agencies are not a technology provider, they're not the end user, they are not. On the other hand, have them close at heart is easy, because then they become part of the family. Mm-hmm. And then they understand what's going right, what's going wrong. Why are things slower? Because it's research, so it's probably slower than we thought it would be. Why it is slower, and they can see then also how is the atmosphere in the teams. And I've seen different approaches to that. But where they are close at heart, I see that is beneficial for all, because we had something, and there they figured something was going wrong, And then we had but they were not part of the consortium itself. And then we were discussing after that, like, hey, why does he have that impression that things are going wrong? We feel the same. What can we do to make sure that he does understand that what he's worried about, which was a reasonable worry, that he is, that he knows that we are addressing that, and that it's. So having them close at heart reduces the piece of paper. Oh, I have to fill in a check. I have to sign a check again, and that is something. Having them in the consortium may not be required, but that's just how you organize it. It's also to do with the quality of the individuals. Have you people who understand the science, the technology? Then it's a completely different role than when somebody is just
a bureaucrat. Okay, so I got flagged a number of times, and I know we were running behind schedule. I'd like to thank my panelists, Dr. Abdullah, Dr. Jab, Peter, Julia. You guys were wonderful. I learned quite a bit from from the discussion, and thank you for being with us in this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
much.
My
pleasure.